platform and the Moneda platform and the Ministry of Culture, Art and Heritage platform. We would like to thank the Cultural Center, La Moneda, for hosting us here. I would like to invite Mr. Pablo Brugnoli, the Interim Executive Director of the Cultural Center, to provide you with some brief welcoming remarks. I learned with Alejandra Gariman, the social cultural coordinator, that culture is not just an end in and of itself, but it's a starting point for greater equality among all. Culture and language are key. That's why I'm commending those the authorities for holding this event. I would like to thank the resident coordinator, the socio-cultural coordinator as well, from the Office of the President for ongoing work. I would like to greet the Minister of Education, the Minister of Culture, Arts and Heritage, the resident coordinator of UN System in Chile, the Director of UNESCO in Chile as well, authorities and others who have joined us here today. Welcome to the Moneda Cultural Center. We are very pleased to be holding this culture on language and knowledge, and this provides us with an opportunity to meet others. We know that language is closely tied to people's existence. That is why we are very aware of the fact that this defines us as who we are. It's much more than a code of syntax, but also provides us with context and a way of addressing the world. That's why for the Cultural Center, we are very pleased to be holding this event here, because we are trying to be a meeting point between culture and language, a meeting point for different cultural, artistic ways of addressing the world. And this is more than a statement. For 20 years now, actually, I correct myself. For many years now, we have been addressing these aspects with representatives from indigenous societies. We've been addressing their spiritual, social, cultural aspect through different events. We have worked closely with the indigenous peoples in order to include their perspective. We have text in Mapudungun and in other languages. We are aware that the challenges are quite larger, for example, including other languages that are spoken in Chile, such as Aymara, Quechua, Rapa Nui, to name a few. We know they call for status of acknowledgement. Creole, for example, is also used in Chile. It's not just about a checklist and meeting certain requirements. We would like to recognize that there is equal status of language. This allows us to recognize the different culture and perspectives. Every language has its own approach and creates reality. Through these languages, we can have greater understanding. We know that given current times, we are often limited only to our perspective. This makes it more difficult to find meeting points in a democracy. Accepting diversity allows us to go beyond our own language and our cultural codes and accept others and do away with certain preconcepts. Now, this may bring about a great deal of debate with regard to what is the center or peripheral perspective of culture, but we are here just to provide a voice to all the various territories and to go beyond our own text and to listen to others' words and to have a different approach, recognize other signs, symbols, and find value in those. This involves committing to the various languages and committing to artistic language that includes a wide range of artistic expressions, such as arts and crafts, photography, scientific drawings, etc. This involves combining knowledge, disciplines, that all lead to mutual recognition. I would like to wish you the best of luck at this event and welcome you to our cultural center and invite you to peruse the various sites and cultural expressions and representations that we have here today. We would like to thank Pablo for his remarks, and I would like to invite Maria Jose Torres, the resident coordinator of the UN system in Chile, to take the floor and provide us with a few remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet Irina Karamanos, the Julieta Brodsky, Minister of Culture, Art and Heritage, Marco Antonio Avila, Minister of Education, my colleagues from the UN system, specifically Claudia Uribe, who is the Regional Director of UNESCO. We have been working quite closely on this topic, and we also have the Special Rapporteur for Indigenous Peoples. Welcome here. I would like to greet all the members of the Diplomatic Corps and others who will be taking part in this seminar. It's truly a pleasure to be here. Thank you again, Pablo, for hosting us. I think your remarks were quite poignant and expressed the importance of all of this. And we know that in order to maintain and preserve cultural heritage, we need events such as this. Language is a perfect example of that, and this all involves a concerted approach and efforts by the various stakeholders from the international realm to the national realm, academia, and others. All of this is required to foster this dialogue that is being carried out as part of the international efforts to foster plurilingualism. That's why I wanted to specifically thank the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Heritage for these efforts, because we truly appreciate the combined effort. And I would also like to thank my colleagues from UNESCO for everything that they have done as well. Now, if we view language as something that is fully related to identity and communication and social integrity, social integration and development, losing languages, dying languages, also means that other aspects will fade away. And this represents a threat to the historic socio-cultural heritage of all of us. And the worst part of all of this is that this is something that is actually occurring today. In fact, we know that every 2 weeks a language dies out around the globe. And 43% of the original languages are currently endangered. Very few of these indigenous languages are part of written heritage or part of national education systems. Obviously, as we said earlier, language is a way for us to express culture, perspective, historic cultural codes, etc. And so when we lose these languages, we are losing this richness that our world espouses. And that's why from 2022 to 2030, we have declared this decade as the World Language Decade. This is quite beautiful as an initiative, and this is an urgent appeal to all of us to do something to preserve this heritage. That is why UNESCO, as the organization that has these aspects within its purview as part of the UN system, has been since 2019, systematically working on these aspects in all of the countries. And that's why we are very pleased to be here today inaugurating this event. We think it's quite symbolic. We commend you for all of this. Now, this is not just in keeping with the UN declaration, but this is also in keeping with a series of international agreements that the UNESCO has worked with. For example, promoting the use of plurilingualism that dates back to 2013. So these are century-old languages, and they have been relegated to the background. Then we have a convention on protecting cultural diversity that dates back to 2015, and other agreements. This is also related to the development agenda. We have often seen that these aspects have been addressed under sustainable development national agendas, but very, very minimally, because these agendas tend to foster other aspects, and we have realized that a Goal 4 really only makes sense if we are able to preserve and foster this cultural heritage that is part of our history, our past. This is a key component of our ability to move forward with peaceful societies, and fostering these spaces, these opportunities where the mother tongue is actually part of our overall education. And this is related to the success of boys and girls in the school system. This is something that has been broadly documented. That's why we believe that this is not just a matter that is of concern for those of us working with culture, but this is something related to sustainable development as well. We also believe that SDG 16, which refers to peaceful coexistence within democratic societies, will only be possible if we recognize those societies that foster linguistic rights, because these societies are those that find this proper balance that brings about peaceful coexistence, and this does away with discrimination and exclusion. And we, as the UN, have seen that there are a variety of different linkages between the various SDGs. And that's why we, within Chile, are working closely with the government and UNESCO and the other organizations within the system that are providing support to ensure that we can make progress with public policies, and that we can work closely with civil society, supporting civil society, and to foster plurilingualism for democracy. In 2015, the Committee on Socioeconomic Cultural Rights issued a very key recommendation for Chile and said that there was a certain delay with regard to measures aimed at respecting cultural diversity and respecting indigenous languages. Now, that they mentioned that there were just some slight beginnings in this area. And this is one of the priorities of the current administration. This is fully aligned with the recommendations issued at key fora such as ECOSOC and the Human Rights Commission and other bodies within the UN. There's a full commitment to address this. And quoting Nelson Mandela, by the way, I just wanted to mention this because it's important to understand the purpose and the meaning of language. And those of us who have been fortunate enough to live in countries where we speak our native tongue understand the importance of this, but we also understand the importance of other foreign languages. And when you talk to someone in a language that is fully understood, the people, that person will feel within his or her heart the meaning of this. And so we need to work from our hearts so that no one is left behind.
Muchas gracias, María José. Ahora es el turno de la...
Thank you, Maria Jose. We would now like to offer the floor to Claudia Uribe from the Oriel UNESCO office.
Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I would like to especially greet all the authorities. I will not be naming each one of you. It has been done by my predecessors. And I would just like to say that it's difficult to speak after Maria Jose. She's said it all. So I will need to change my words, my remarks a little in order not to be repetitive about this global context, the commitment and the importance of this topic. I'd like to begin by thanking Huella Teatro for their presentation, because a presentation such as the one we just saw and art itself brings us an extremely different perspective of the world, a silent perspective, sometimes noisy perspective, invites us to see the world differently, but also with a fixed perspective. It demands recognition, it demands awareness that they are here, that there is a different way of seeing the world, and that we can come closer. I believe that this presentation that we witnessed today was beautiful, but left us with a message that we will all continue to assimilate after having participated in it. So thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you to the director of Centro Cultural La Moneda for lending us this beautiful and symbolic space to begin this conversation. I'd like to say that for UNESCO, today's seminar, which is somehow the launch of the decade of indigenous languages in Chile, is extremely significant, especially with the presence of all the authorities that have attended today's session, because it shows the importance that is being conferred to this effort. It is a necessary commitment. It is extremely relevant in order to move forward with an agenda that, as Maria Jose mentioned a second ago, is an agenda where Chile still needs room for improvement. We are in debt with the indigenous people and society. They have been claiming it. And congratulations. It is time to begin these conversations that we will be having today and tomorrow. I feel there is a lot to discuss, a lot to explore, and policies in this regard are not simple, they're not obvious. And we will need to discuss and learn from other countries that have more years of experience than Chile in this sense. I feel that it is wonderful to see so many people with the commitment and the will to move forward. And as I said, in this effort, and as Maria Jose mentioned, it is essential to the identity of people, to the way we see the world. Language is intrinsic to who we are and to where and what we belong to the world, how we name or call the world. So it is an agenda to look forward to, and from UNESCO, I would just like to say that we are extremely pleased to begin these conversations. We are at your disposal to support the government of Chile and any initiatives they may take in this regard. So let's continue working together. Thank you.
Gracias, Claudia.
Thank you, Claudia. We would now like to invite Irina Caramanos, Social Cultural Coordinator of the Presidency of the Republic of Chile.
Hola, buen día. También me sumo a los saludos.
a todas las autoridades
Good morning. I would
presentes.
like to
También quisiera agradecer a
welcome
los
all
equipos que
the
hicieron
authorities
esto
present and
posible.
thank the teams that have made
Esto
this
fue un
possible.
trabajo, bien intenso,
This has
como siempre.
been very intense work, as
Y también
always,
quiero
and
saludar,
I would like
muy
to
cordialmente y muy
cordially
agradecidamente a quienes
greet
están
and
aquí,
thank
presentes
all those of you who
representando,
are
distintas
here
comunidades, saberes tradicionales,
today, representing different communities,
incluso ya estudiadas durante tantos
methodologies
años, por parte
that have
de
been
los pueblos
studied
indígenas,
for
en
so many
nuestro
years
territorio.
by indigenous people in our territory.
Me parece que este tema es por supuesto muy complejo,
This
pero quizás lo más importante
is a
es
complex
preguntarse qué es
topic,
la
but
paz más allá
I
de
believe
la
we should ask
violencia.
ourselves what peace is
¿Y qué es lo
beyond
que compone
nonviolence and
ese
what
entramado de
makes
cosas
up
que sería
this
esa paz? ¿Qué es?
peace, this
Y,
set of
y bueno, por supuesto que
elements that make up
los
peace.
sistemas de conocimiento,
Of course, they
los
are
entramados
knowledge
de
systems,
saberes
this
en cada una de las lenguas,
fabric of
idiomas indígenas,
knowledge of indigenous
me parece a mí
languages,
es uno de los
cultures that
componentes,
I believe
quizás
is
más profundos,
one of
de
the
la composición de
deepest
esa paz y de
components
esa
in
diversidad,
the makeup of this
que
or
sobre
composition
la
of
cual
this
necesitamos
peace
reflexionar.
that we need to reflect on.
La tolerancia y la no discriminación y el aporte a los sistemas democráticos
Tolerance and contributing to a democratic system
de políticas nacionales
that
que
make up
consideren el
the national
plurilinguismo como herramienta
policies
incluso.
that should consider
Bueno, ese
plurilingualism
creo que es
as
un gran potencial y respecto de
part of
de
our
la
society is
performance que
extremely
vimos
important. The
recién,
performance that we just
quiero
saw
conectar eso con decir que no hay que tener miedo a
shows us that
desconcertarse,
we
a no entender.
shouldn't be afraid
No
to be
entender algo
surprised
es
and
quizá
to
una de
not
las primeras
understand.
fuentes de discriminación
Not
o
understanding is perhaps one of
posibles,
the
gérmenes de la
main
discriminación.
um,
Y por lo contrario,
sources of
tener
discrimination. On the
tener
contrary,
curiosidad,
being
tener la
curious and
humildad,
interested
y a
and
veces
humble
es necesario aprender para
is
entender,
important and
y quizás
necessary
incluso
to
entonces no vamos a
understand and
entender, pero
learn.
vamos a poder establecer
Perhaps we
relaciones y
still won't
vinculaciones.
understand, but we will learn.
Esa predisposición
And that
es algo
willingness
que se puede, por supuesto,
and
promover
openness
mediante la política,
to learn can be promoted
construir en
through
conjunto con
policies
educadores
and
tradicionales,
building together with
el
traditional
corpus
educators
necesario para poder
the curricula
avanzar
to
en tener
move
el
forward
contenido
and
y los métodos
include the content and
implementar
methods
sistemas,
to
¿cierto?, desde la
implement
política, y
systems
para acercarnos a ese corpus, para entender cuáles son
to
todas esas, digamos, esos
include them in
elementos,
order to
esos
understand
ingredientes
what these elements or
que
ingredients
construyen
are
posiblemente
that
un
make
complemento
up
al currículum
a
nacional.
supplement
Para
possibly
todo
to
eso
the
es que
national
los tomadores de
curriculum.
decisiones,
That is why the
requieren
decision
de este
makers
seminario.
need
Requieren de poder
this seminar.
entender,
They need
escuchar
to
experiencias
understand
donde
and
sea
listen to
aplicado
experiences
también
where
metodológicamente, epistémicamente,
these have been
cuestionándose cómo
applied
es que
methodologically,
enseñar otras lenguas es
epistemologically,
posible,
and
¿cierto?
asking
Esas
themselves
experiencias,
how
comparadas,
these
en este
experiences are
caso, de
possible.
este
And these
seminario,
compared
son
experiences
particularmente
are
importantes para,
of the utmost
tomadores
importance
de
for
decisión.
decision makers.
¿Por qué lo digo de esa manera? Porque el activismo,
Why?
la defensa,
Because
la
activism
resistencia,
and resistance,
el esfuerzo por
the
revitalizar
effort
lenguas,
to revitalize
solamente
languages
delegado
cannot
a
only
las
be
comunidades.
delegated to communities.
Entonces, no es apropiación cultural
It is not cultural
involucremos.
appropriation for us to be involved.
Involucrarnos como sociedad
To
en
be
el conjunto
involved with
puede hacer
society as a
circular
whole
la idea
can help circulate
de,
this
de la
idea
dignidad que
of
significa que todos podamos entender quizás todas las lenguas o algunas que sean.
the dignity
Eso es un compromiso que como
that is
sociedad,
behind
en el conjunto de la
understanding
sociedad,
each other.
deberíamos reflexionar, ¿cierto?
Society
Y
as a
por
whole
eso
should
es
reflect
que,
on this, and
en esta ocasión,
perhaps
en este seminario,
during
se le
this
pone el
seminar,
foco a que esté dirigida justamente
it is we're
a
focusing
quienes con
on
mucha humildad
those who
no entienden todavía ninguna de
humbly
esas lenguas, me incluyo, ¿cierto?
don't
Pero eso
understand
no
these
es el
languages, and I include
problema
myself.
está
That
en
is
el
not the
miedo a
problem. The
entender
problem is being
o
afraid to
delegar
not
eso que no
understand
entendemos,
or to
¿ya? ¿Por
delegate
qué? Porque acá hay
what
personas
we
que
don't
toman
understand.
decisiones
Why?
y
Because
que
there are decision
están
makers
muy
here
comprometidas,
that are
y
extremely
eso se agradece
committed,
con
and
esta misión y esta
we
oportunidad
thank
de contribuir a una cultura de paz.
you all
Quisiera
for this
agradecer también la
mission
puesta a
in
disposición
helping build
permanente
a
de
peace
ONU Chile y de
mission.
UNESCO.
We thank you
A
on behalf of
propósito de
Chile
que a
and
veces
the
es
UN and
necesario
UNESCO.
tener paraguas,
Sometimes
tener
it's necessary
orientaciones
to
y
have
tener
an umbrella and
garantes en el
guidance,
sentido de que
and
internacionalmente
that
se esté
at an
organizando
international
este
level, these
de lenguas indígenas nos
actions
da una
be
importante, nos da un
organized.
refuerzo importante
This
de que todo el mundo
offers us
considera que
great
esto es una
support
urgencia.
in understanding
Eso
that
también
everyone
para los
sees
tomadores
this
de
as
decisiones puede
urgent.
ser muy
Oh,
relevante,
that is also
para
relevant for
impulsar
decision makers in order to
estos esfuerzos,
nationally
¿ya?
promote these efforts.
Porque estos son temas que no siempre se
Because
consideran centrales, ¿cierto?
these are not always
Creo que el desafío,
put at the
como
center
les decía, no solamente
of said
quitar del
efforts.
currículum en
So it's not
educación,
only
los
about
rezagos
taking
de una
the remnants of
homogenización
cultural homogenization from
y que es un poco también el compromiso
our
de este
society,
diseño, que es
which is the commitment
fondo,
of this decade,
cambiar las condiciones de
changing
aminoramiento,
the
¿cierto? De las
conditions
lenguas con las que
of
nuestra sociedad
languages
está en
that
contacto,
are being
pero que quizás,
reduced
no le
or
tiene
are
todavía bien
disappearing,
mucho la cara.
or perhaps society is in
Entonces,
contact with
impulso
but
es
doesn't
el
really
cual
want to
estamos
look at.
hablando.
This
Y
is
creo
what
que
we're
eso
talking
apunta
about.
tanto al
I
currículum
believe
nacional
this
para poder,
aims at the
¿cierto?
national
garantizar
curriculum
que otras
to
generaciones,
guarantee
luego
that other
comprendan,
generations
dentro de
further
su
understand
abanico de conocimientos,
within
estas
their
otras perspectivas que aporten a su,
set
a
of
su mirada de mundo, ¿cierto?
knowledge that they
Pero también a nivel de educación superior
see
es
the rest of the
superrelevante,
world,
a propósito
and
de que necesitamos
it's
formar
also
profesionales
relevant
que también
in higher
estén
education
capacitados
because
en
we
las
need
líneas
to
de
train
interculturalidad,
professionals
para, además,
in
enseñar a
intercultural
otros docentes,
matters.
Y por supuesto que lo primero y lo más urgente
And the most
para
urgent
la revitalización
thing that must be
es
done to
aprender
revitalize
de los
these languages is
tradicionales,
to
es
learn
aprender
from
de las
traditional
comunidades y cómo han estado
educators
hasta
and
ahora
from the communities
sosteniendo,
and how they have
y padeciendo que luego de sostener e intentar
sustained and
revitalizar, igual
attempted
tienen
to
que enviar a sus,
revitalize these languages, but
niños a la escuela,
they still
para
have
que
to
pierdan
send them
ese
to
esfuerzo,
traditional schools and then
tratando de enseñar su
lose
lengua
that
materna.
effort in trying to
Entonces,
teach
el
them
objetivo
their mother
más
tongue.
urgente de crear,
So it is
nuevos
urgent to
hablantes,
create
es uno que nos desafía a
these
todos y todas, pero
new
que está, por supuesto, muy centrado
speakers,
en la primera infancia
and it is
y
focused
con ello
on
varios ministerios,
early
como
childhood,
Desarrollo Social,
and we are working with
y
the
cultura
ministries
también
of
en
Desarrollo
sus
Social,
versiones
CONADI, and
originales. Así que la labor
of
es
original
grande
peoples.
para
So
todo lo que implica el contenido que hay que preparar,
it's important to
el
prepare
orden en
the
el cual hay que
content, the
prepararlo,
order in which
pero
it
también
needs to be
que hablemos mucho de este
prepared,
tema
and we need to
para
talk
que
about this
adopte un estatus
extensively
diferente,
in
una
order to grant it a
deseabilidad
different
social
status
masiva
and
de que nuestra sociedad
widespread
también sea plurilingüe, a propósito de la
interest,
tremenda,
so that our
tremenda
society
ganas
can
que
truly
tenemos de
be
ser más
plurilingual
democráticos, más
and be
tolerantes
more
y menos
democratic,
discriminados.
more tolerant,
Todos y todas.
and discriminate
Muchas
less. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Irina. A continuación,
Thank you, Irina. I would like to invite Marco Antonio Avila, the Minister of Education, to say a few remarks.
Muy buenos días a todos
Good
y a
morning,
todas.
ladies and gentlemen.
Me sumo a lo de los
I would
objetivos,
like
pero
to
rápidamente
echo
puedo decir
the
Saludo
speakers
afectuoso a
before me
Claudia,
in
subsecretaria
terms of greeting the
Verónica,
various authorities,
Ministra
Undersecretary
Julieta,
Veronica,
Irina,
Minister
José,
Julieta,
Director
Director Claudia, Paulo, the director
Bueno, yo
of
traía
the
unas palabras,
Cultural
pero la verdad
Center.
es
I
que
had some
voy a
remarks
hacer
prepared
una
for
pequeña
you,
improvisación
but
a
I
propósito de
would like to
las
improvise
últimas dos exposiciones, ¿no? Lo
given the last two
señalaba también
presentations,
Claudia
speakers
y
Claudia,
lo
as
reforzaba
well
Irina, lo dijo
as
también el administrador
Irina
aquí en el punto de
and
prensa,
the minister
asociado, ¿no es
during the
cierto?,
press
al
release
desarrollo, la
referred to
revitalización, ¿no es cierto?, la
the
valoración de las
how we
lenguas
are
del tema de la paz.
revitalizing and bringing
Y yo
back
recordaba, bueno, no solo
indigenous
el texto
languages
bíblico,
as
sino
part
que
of this
también
peaceful
todas estas
process, peace
tradiciones de los
process,
pueblos
and
caldeos, sumerios, incluso ahí
the
algunos
tradition
mesoamericanos,
of
¿no?
biblical tradition
Culturas
and the
toltecas que hablan de la
Sumerian
historia de
cultures,
este
the
Dios que en algún
various
minuto, cuando
indigenous
se hablaba de un
cultures
idioma
in Latin
único,
America. When they
dividen a los
talked
pueblos de
about
alguna manera
God,
y
they
los
talked
castigan,
about a single
haciéndolos hablar
God
de esas
that
lenguas, ¿no?
would,
Para no
that
complotar
in
o
the
para
end
no.
chastised the people
Pero si uno
and made them
se
speak
preocupa de
different
esas
languages.
exégesis
If
posteriores
you
que hay respecto de estos textos, uno solo puede
go
pensar en
back
que ellos
and
finalmente
study
terminan
these
siendo una
texts, you
bendición
can see that in the
para el
end,
entendimiento de
this
los
has
pueblos.
been
Y
a
probablemente ahí
blessing
está el valor
for
que
the
tiene el
people so they
aprender
can better
otras
understand
lenguas
each other, and
o
the
el
opportunity to
revitalizar las
learn
lenguas,
new
¿no? En la
languages
medida
and
en
to
que nos
bring back and
exige un
revitalize
ejercicio, como decía
other
María José, que no
languages.
solo pasa por
This
la
is part of an
cabeza, por el cerebro,
exercise that
sino
is
también
not
por el
just
corazón,
intellectual,
¿no? Porque
but
entender esa cosmovisión
related
implica,
to
¿no es
our
cierto?,
soul, our heart
un
and soul
ejercicio
as
importante
well.
que no es
And
ni
this
que
is
se puede
not
quedar en el
just
buenismo, ¿no? A
something
propósito de
that
esta historia que cuento,
is
sino que tiene
related
una
to good
definición
intentions,
concreta
but
de
rather we
política,
need to
¿no es
have
cierto?, una voluntad
concrete
política para
policies
esa
and political
revitalización, y
will
que
that will
probablemente
ensure
es el
the
ejercicio
revitalization
descolonizador que
and
todavía no hemos hecho muchos y
bringing
muchas, ¿no?
back of these languages.
Entonces, es de total magnitud, ¿no? Esto de enfrentar
The
hoy día lo que
magnitude is
significa hacernos
quite
cargo de estos
large.
desafíos,
That is,
no
taking
solo
on these challenges
porque
is
implica el plurilingüismo, ¿no es cierto?, la
not
multiculturalidad, una
minor.
exigencia del mundo moderno y del
Plurilingualism
globalismo, sino que
is
también porque
something that modern
tenemos que hacer
society
esfuerzos por
demands of
comprender
us,
esas
and we have
cosmovisiones
to
que
make
son
an
mucho más
effort to
profundas, que están,
understand
¿no es
the
cierto?, en la
various
naturaleza de cada
cosmovisions
uno,
that
en
are
ese nombrar, como decía Claudia, ¿no?,
complex and
que es
related to
una cuestión
nature,
tan
and
importante. Eso implica reconocer también
this
los
involves
territorios.
recognizing
Estoy metiendo
territory
un
as well.
tema.
I know I'm
Espero salir
opening
bien,
up
¿no?
a can of
Porque
worms
implica
here.
reconocer los territorios,
In any event,
implica
this
reconocer, ¿no es
involves
cierto?, las
recognizing
expresiones, y
territories
probablemente es el
and
camino, ¿no?
expression, and that's
Y
most
nuestro
likely the
gobierno
way
tiene un
forward.
compromiso de al menos
Our
sentar las
administration
bases, ¿no?,
is
de
committed to
aquello que
at
significa
least
ese
setting
reconocimiento
the
y ese avance, ¿no es cierto?, con medidas muy
the
concretas.
foundation for
Hoy día
this
nosotros tenemos no solo
process of
convenios
progress.
internacionales, María
We
José lo
have signed
señalaba,
different
sino
international
algunas muy
conventions, or rather, we
especiales, ¿no?,
have
como
international
aquello que hoy
conventions in
día
existence today,
Chile
and
ratifica, ¿no?,
Chile
con la
has
Organización
ratified some of these
Internacional del Trabajo y el
through the
reconocimiento que
ILO and
significa,
other bodies,
o sea, la
and
tarea que significa el
we know
reconocimiento de esas
that
lenguas.
there is a
Por lo
great deal
tanto,
of
hoy
effort
día,
involved in
desde la cartera de
recognizing these
educación estamos
languages. So
absolutamente convencidos que tenemos que
the
avanzar en acciones mucho más definidas,
education
sentar estas
sector
bases y
today
avanzar
is
desde
aware of the
con nuestro
challenges
programa
related
de
to
educación
setting
intercultural
the
bilingüe
foundation
permita,
for
¿no es
all of
cierto?,
this,
también
so that
no solo
plurilingualism
seguir
will allow
profundizando en
us
las
to
materias
not
que
just
tenemos,
delve deeper
que
into the matters we
significaría ampliar
currently
las bases
address, but
curriculares, por
so that we
ejemplo,
can
educación
also
media,
expand
o
the
fortalecer la figura de los
curricula
educadores y
of
educadoras tradicionales,
the
sino darle un
school
estatus
programs,
distinto, ¿no?,
so,
que
and
probablemente
provide a different
lance en
status
ciertos
to
espacios
these
al
languages
bilingüismo, derechamente.
that would
Quizás
allow
la
to
creación
hopefully
también de algunas
move
cátedras
towards
universitarias, si no
bilingualism,
tenemos la posibilidad en el
and
corto plazo de crear una universidad indígena, algunas cátedras que
maybe
efectivamente
have
sean
some
específicamente
key
en las lenguas
no
que
speakers or programs within the
probablemente estén mucho más
universities
fortalecidas
that
dentro de todas
would
las
be
lenguas
carried
que
out
nosotros
in
tenemos
different
reconocidas.
languages.
El año 2018 se
In
publica el decreto
2019,
301, ¿no?, que
Decree
formaliza a los
101
educadores
was
tradicionales, y eso
published
para
to
nosotros también
foster
implica en el
traditional
ámbito de la
languages.
formación del
This
profesorado poder
involves
fortalecer a
training
estos y a estas, ¿no es
teachers
cierto?,
in
educadores
these
tradicionales que
aspects
tienen
and
saberes y que
training
tienen que
traditional
combinarse, ¿no es cierto?, con el
educators. We know
sistema
they
de
have their
reconocimiento
wisdom and
de
their own
títulos
knowledge.
que se establece más de manera tradicional. Ese es un conflicto que tenemos y que también es una tarea afirmativa que podemos realizar
We
y en la que hay
have
que hacer
to
esfuerzo, pero que son, nuevamente digo, de carácter político.
go
No
forward
son
with this
solamente
effort. This is
declaraciones de
not
buena intención, sino
just
que tienen que implicar
about good
algunas
intentions,
definiciones
but
muy
this involves
concretas de parte.
policies as well, very concrete policies
Quisiera
that
solo
must be
cerrar diciendo
defined.
que
Allow me to close
a
by
veces
saying
cuando uno mira, ¿no es
that
cierto?,
often
y
when
yo creo que nos suele pasar mucho en Chile, que miramos como solo
this is
lo
common
que
in
sucede
Chile,
dentro de las fronteras de
when
nuestro país.
you assess
Este
what
es un
goes
debate a
on
nivel
within
mundial. Esta es
your
una
country,
discusión a nivel
you
mundial,
realize
¿no?
that
Esto no
you're not
está
alone.
pasando
This is
solo en
something that is being
Chile, esto no
addressed
tiene
globally. It's not just occurring in Chile. This is not just related to our traditional conflict with Mapuche people, but this is part of a larger discussion and the recognition that all these states, and it's likely that all the states that have been colonized need to make progress here as well. And its scope is so far and wide, and I just wanted to reiterate the commitment signed by the government of Chile in Buenos Aires. Claudia was present there. At that point, actually we did not sign the statement. We were unable to, but not all of the countries signed this because one country brought up a new matter that needed to be added to the statement, and this was related to the recognition not just of the peoples, but the joint of actions carried out by all the ministries of education in Latin America and the Caribbean. Aspects that we needed to do in order to foster plurilingualism and intercultural aspects. And this is just something that it's a commitment, it's an additional commitment to the various commitments we have taken on underneath the agreements. And we are convinced, fully convinced, this is not just a last-minute initiative or exercise, but we have been holding these discussions for many years. And in the end, it's important to better understand how the state will be involved in strengthening various languages. So I just wanted to commend you again for holding this event. It's important for us to learn from the past lessons. And we are launching this decade with, hopefully, plurilingual education. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, ministra.
Thank you, Minister. And again, I would like to invite Julieta Brodsky, the Minister of Culture, Art, and Heritage, for her welcoming remarks.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning,
a todos.
ladies and gentlemen.
Qué difícil hablar después de que ya
It's very
tantos
difficult to
hablan.
take the floor after so many
Bueno, quiero
others
partir saludando a todos
who
los
have
que están
spoken
aquí hoy
before me.
día.
Let me just
Muchas
begin
gracias
by
por
greeting
venir.
you all here and thanking you for joining
También
us.
quiero
I would
agradecer
also
a la Huella
like to
Teatro
thank
por
La Huella
habernos,
Theater
deleitado
Group
con
for
con esa
having
performance
delighted
tan
us with such an
interesante, tan,
interesting performance.
motivadora también para
Quite a source
pensar,
of
reflexionar.
Food for thought, one could
También,
say.
bueno, por supuesto,
Also,
agradecer a
allow
la
me to
ONU, a la
thank
UNESCO,
the
a Naciones
UN,
Unidas por todo el
UNESCO,
trabajo
the entire
conjunto
UN
que hemos
system
venido
for all the
realizando
joint
este
efforts
tiempo.
carried out thus far in
Por
recent
invitarnos
times.
también
I would also like to
a
thank
celebrar,
them for
a
inviting us
iniciar este
to
diseño de las
take
lenguas
part in
indígenas.
the launching of
También
this
al
Indigenous
Mineduc
Peoples
por
Language
apoyarnos en
Decade.
la elaboración
I would
de este
also like
seminario
to
y a la
thank
Dirección Sociocultural de la Moneda también por su
the
compromiso en este sentido.
Socio-Cultural Department
Y quiero
of
hacer
La
un
Moneda
agradecimiento muy
for
especial a la Unidad
supporting
Internacional de
this
Asuntos
initiative,
Internacionales del
and
Ministerio de las
thank
Culturas,
the
las Artes y el
international
Patrimonio,
sector
a
of the
Nicolás del
Minister
Valle
of
y a todo
Culture,
su
Art,
equipo. De
and
verdad,
Heritage,
gracias por
Nicolás
este
del
esfuerzo.
Valle, the entire team. Thank you so much for everything you've done thus far.
Sé que ha sido duro.
I know it hasn't been easy.
Bueno, también a la de Irak.
Allow
Y
me
a todos los que
to
están aquí hoy día, los
thank
expositores,
Iraq
tanto
and all the
nacionales como
other
internacionales,
international
a
and
Francisco
national
Cali,
speakers.
muchas gracias
Francisco
por
Cali,
venir, por
thank you
estar
for
aquí con nosotros.
joining us as well.
Relator, a la Subdirección de Pueblos Originarios también por todo el trabajo que realizan
Department
dentro del
of
Ministerio.
Indigenous
Ahí también se
Affairs within the ministry as well. Thank you.
José, estás muy lejos ahí.
Jose,
¿Qué
you're a
haces
little
ahí
bit
tan lejos?
far back. Why are you
Bueno,
seated
para
so far
nosotros
back?
como Ministerio de
Well,
las
for
Culturas, las
us,
Artes y el
the
Patrimonio
Ministry
es
of Culture, Art,
fundamental
and
estar
Heritage,
iniciando este diseño, estar
launching
realizando,
this
celebrando
decade
esta
is
Semana del
a milestone.
Plurilingüismo.
We are celebrating the
Porque,
week
bueno,
of
nosotros como
plurilingualism as
ministerio
well, and
tenemos
as a
un mandato
ministry, we
claro, un
have a
mandato
clear
legal,
mandate, a legal
que está en la
mandate,
ley
in
que crea el
fact,
ministerio, pero también un mandato que hemos
under
asumido como
law,
gobierno,
and
¿no?
a
Que tiene que
mandate that
ver
we,
sobre
as
todo
the
en avanzar en
administration,
derechos culturales.
have accepted
En
to make
Chile,
progress with regard
lamentablemente,
to
nuestra
intercultural
Constitución
rights.
no
Now,
garantiza
our
muchos
Constitution
derechos
unfortunately
culturales,
does
por lo
not
tanto,
guarantee
desde el
many of these
ministerio
cultural
tenemos que
rights. So
avanzar
from
en
within the
ello de todas
ministry, we need
formas
to make progress
porque aún y
regardless,
sobre
because,
todo en materia de
and
pueblos
primarily with
indígenas
regard
nos
to
falta
indigenous
mucho por
peoples,
realizar,
we
¿no?
have
Y
a great deal
también
of catch
porque
up.
tenemos la
Also,
necesidad
we
de
understand
resguardar
that it's
nuestra diversidad
necessary
cultural,
to safeguard our
porque
cultural
tenemos para ello
diversity,
un compromiso
and we
internacional a través
have
de la
taken on
Convención de la
international
Diversidad Cultural.
commitments through
también
the
tenemos
Cultural Diversity
la
Convention, and
convicción
we are
finalmente
also
de que
convinced
la
in
diversidad
the end
cultural
that cultural
es una
diversity
herramienta
is a
para la
tool
democracia, es
for
una herramienta para la
democracy. It is a
convivencia y para la
tool
paz.
for peaceful
Y en
coexistence.
este sentido
And in
hemos
that regard,
estado avanzando,
we have been making
conversando
progress.
como gobierno
We
desde
have
los
held
distintos sectores para que
discussions
este sea un avance que lo hagamos
that is the government has with the various stakeholders so
intersectorialmente
that we can address this from an
con distintos
intersectoral
ministerios.
approach,
Sabemos
perspective.
que
The various
efectivamente
ministries are
desde
fully
las
aware
hay distintas
that
carteras que llevan iniciativas
there are
involucradas
a
hacia
wealth of
la
initiatives
interculturalidad, hacia
related to
el
fostering intercultural
plurilingüismo,
aspects and
pero estas
plurilingualism.
lamentablemente no han tenido una
Unfortunately,
mayor
these
coordinación y
have not been so
necesitamos
well
hoy, tal
coordinated.
como
And
lo
today,
dijo
as
justamente la
mentioned
ministra Toá
by
ayer, que esto sea una tarea
Minister
de
Toa
Estado
yesterday,
y que
this
sea
needs to
una
be
tarea
a
que vaya más allá de las buenas
state-level
intenciones también,
initiative, and it
como
needs to
decía
go
el
beyond
ministro
good intentions,
Ávila,
as
sino
mentioned by
también
Minister
que
Avila.
ya
This
demuestre una
needs
voluntad mayor,
to
que las iniciativas, que las
be
acciones
part of
sean
a
efectivas,
greater
que sean
willingness
contundentes
to
y
make sure that
que
we
nos haga
have
tener
well
resultados
substantiated initiatives
concretos,
that
¿no?
will bring about concrete
Efectivamente,
outcomes.
pese a que se están realizando muchas acciones en este
Despite
sentido,
the fact that
lamentablemente
many
no estamos
actions are
logrando,
being
como
taken
decía
in
ayer
this
el director
area,
de la
as
CONADI,
mentioned
no
by the
estamos
director of
logrando
CONADI
generar
yesterday,
nuevos
we are
hablantes.
not
Y ahí está el núcleo
creating new
más
speakers, and
importante,
I
¿no?
think
de este
that
trabajo.
is the key
Acá en el
juggernaut of
Ministerio de
all
las
of this.
Culturas,
Now,
las Artes y
within
el
the
Patrimonio, nosotros
Ministry of
tenemos una
Culture, Art,
subdirección de
and
pueblos
Heritage,
originarios
we
que
have
justamente
a
surge a partir de
sub-office
la
of
consulta
Indigenous
indígena que
Affairs,
se
and this is the
realiza para la
result of the
creación del
Indigenous
ministerio.
consultation that was
Y el
carried out
trabajo que
in
realiza la
relation
SUPCO
to the creation
es
of
un
our
trabajo que
ministry. Now,
también se
these
va
efforts
diseñando en conjunto con las
are
comunidades que
jointly
trabajan
designed with the
con
communities
ella,
that we
y
work
donde
with,
efectivamente el tema de la revitalización de las lenguas es una
bringing
preocupación
back or
que está
revitalizing and
constantemente
breathing
demostrada
fresh
por las
air into
comunidades,
these
por,
languages is something that
por los
has
representantes de
been
pueblos
requested by
originarios,
the
que
representatives
demandan
of
un
the
mayor
indigenous
trabajo
peoples, and
hacia
this
eso
calls
y
for
sobre todo hacia las
a great deal of
niñeces.
work.
Y
and
también
working with
nosotros
young
desde el
people.
Ministerio hemos estado este año
Within the
realizando un
ministry, we
esfuerzo por
have also
transversalizar el
been
enfoque
working
intercultural
on
al
having a
interior del Ministerio entre
cross-cutting
los funcionarios.
intercultural
Creemos que
approach
una buena
within the
forma de
ministry,
empezar
within
es empezar
our
por
civil
casa, por
servants. We
supuesto.
think
Y es
starting
un
at
trabajo que
home is
vamos
the
a
best
seguir
way to
también
begin this
realizando
process, and we will
el
continue to
próximo
work
año.
on this next year as
Y
well.
creo que bueno, estamos, esta semana del
This week,
plurilingüismo
the week
nos,
of plurilingualism,
pilla también en un momento en que
is a week
justamente
in which
el presidente de la
the
República la
President of the
semana
Republic,
pasada
in fact, last week,
desarrolló un nuevo marco también de relación y de
designed
entendimiento
a
con el
new
pueblo
framework
mapuche
of
a través
understanding
del
and
plan de
discussion
vivir
with the
y también de las
Mapuche
comisiones de
people
diálogo
through the various
y de trabajo para el
dialogue
tema de
commissions
la
and
devolución de tierras, ¿no?
other
Creo que también en ese
aspects and work
sentido
related
estamos
to returning
avanzando,
lands.
estamos
We
dando
are making
señales
progress
claras
in this
de una
regard.
mejor
We are
convivencia intercultural
conveying very
para la
clear
paz en nuestras
messages
sociedades.
that
Así
we
que
are
bueno, decirles
seeking
que
through cultural
este
diversity
seminario,
peace.
por supuesto,
Now, we
se
would like
enmarca
to again
en
mention
este
that this
decenio
seminar
de
is
las lenguas
framed
indígenas a
by the
nivel
decade
internacional
of
que
international, or rather,
las Naciones
International
Unidas nos
Decade
está
of
invitando
Indigenous
a realizar, que
Languages.
además muchas de las relaciones que aquí se van a
And
mostrar, de
many
las
of
experiencias que se
the
van a mostrar de
experiences
otros
that we will
países, vamos a
address
contar
at
con
the
expositores
seminar,
de más de 10 países, surgen
in fact, we
también
have more
de
than
nuestra participación en
10
Mondiacult,
international guests
donde
on
pudimos
the
realizar
agenda.
distintas relaciones
Many
bilaterales
of
con muchos
these
países que están trabajando este tema del
presentations
plurilingüismo y de la revitalización de lenguas indígenas y con quienes
shed
estamos
light
realizando
on what
intercambios
the
muy
other countries
interesantes
are doing,
también para fortalecer este tema, ya
all in
que
order
en general
to
existe una
strengthen
preocupación a nivel
this topic,
internacional
because there
sobre
is
eso.
a concern
Vamos a poder conocer,
internationally regarding these
intercambiar
aspects.
experiencias,
We will
tanto de
exchange
experiencias
experiences,
nacionales como
national and
internacionales.
international.
Vamos a conocer
We
la
will
opinión de
also
expertos
become familiar
del
with
más
the
alto nivel,
expert
como
opinion
justamente es
at the
el
highest
relator
level.
especial
For
de las
example, we
Naciones
will hear
Unidas,
from the
Francisco
UN
Cali.
Special
Y
Rapporteur,
vamos a tener
Francisco
la
Cali.
oportunidad de que tomadores de
Moreover, we will have
decisiones
an
de nuestras
opportunity for
carteras, de
decision
nuestro
makers
gobierno, de los distintos
within our
ministerios,
government and the
agentes del
various
mundo de la
ministries
educación,
and
de
the
la
global
cultura,
agenda for
funcionarios
culture and
públicos
education,
puedan efectivamente
and
empaparse
others,
de estas distintas experiencias
so that we
y
can all
temáticas. Así que muy bienvenidos y
fully
bienvenidas
discuss these
y que
topics.
empiece
So
el
welcome,
Decenio Internacional de las Lenguas
and
Indígenas.
let this International Decade of Indigenous Languages begin. I would like to thank the Minister for her remarks and those from the various authorities. Now we will move on with the keynote presentation, Plurilingualism, Intercultural Aspects, and the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I would like to welcome Francisco Cali Tsitzai, the Special Rapporteur from the UN on Indigenous Peoples' Rights. So the floor is yours, Francisco Cali.
Sakarchigo noher, imatiosikche, riachach, shuyak echuein sipebabe, Matios Mari Zikichu, Rishi Takchuein ba Chen Imbebabe Habik English, Hanila ni Matiosichive. Muchísimas gracias, buenos días.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with you. An honor to be a part of this reivindication of indigenous languages in Chile.
Revocatorios, ya todos saludaron a los ministros, a las agencias.
I am not going to name the authorities, but thank you very much to all for your invitation. I would like to thank you for the invitation to come to speak to you about plurilingualism. The more conservative calculations suggest that half of the languages in the world will be extinguished at the end of this century. Some even say that 95% of languages could be seriously threatened or fully disappear. Most of these languages are languages from indigenous peoples. It is calculated that one indigenous language dies every 2 weeks. And when a language dies, that knowledge dies, that cosmovision dies, the scientific knowledge accumulated by indigenous peoples dies with it. So the states are invited to preserve and revitalize and promote indigenous languages in consultation and collaboration with the indigenous peoples. But linguistic rights don't exist in a vacuum. In order to achieve a truly plurilingual and intercultural society that fully includes linguistic diversity, the states must first recognize and holistically protect not only the collective rights of indigenous peoples, but they must recognize the existence of these peoples in their territories. And of course, repair the legacy of colonialism. Today, I will share with you some perspectives on why indigenous peoples must focus on the development of policies that promote plurilingualism, and I will mention how the states can meet their obligations in virtue of the international legislation on human rights. To begin, the language is one of the most important components of culture. Languages determine the way in which we communicate, exchange knowledge, and establish relationships. Frequently, they define our identity. They are part of our traditions, history, cosmovision, and collective memory. Indigenous languages, therefore, include a way of thinking, of being exclusively indigenous, and make up the identity of indigenous peoples. The variety and wealth of indigenous languages reflects the indigenous peoples from around the world. Today, around 7,000 known languages, three-fourths are spoken by indigenous peoples. Only in Latin America and in the Caribbean, over 522 indigenous peoples speak over 400 languages.
Para nosotros, las lenguas indígenas son mucho más que un medio de comunicación.
For us, indigenous languages are more than a form of communication. They tell us who we are, where we come from, and they contain huge knowledge developed throughout the years and transmitted from one generation to the other. And we are not the others. We are the original peoples of this continent. Our indigenous languages also express specific forms of protection of the community's well-being, often based on our interconnection, and both between ourselves as well as with all other living beings in our land. That protects our mental, physical, and spiritual health. We speak to nature. We talk to the trees. We talk to animals. We talk to plants. We talk with stones. We talk to everything that exists on Earth. Colonization, the spoils, and the assimilation have had devastating effects on the health of indigenous peoples as individuals and as a collective people. In 2021, I informed the UN Assembly on indigenous peoples living in urban areas. The loss of cultural diversity is a cause in depression, suicide, and it is a proven system. And when we revitalize indigenous languages, we are working on our mental structure, and we reinforce our connection with our spiritual and cultural values. When we use our languages, our indigenous languages, we revitalize our relationship with the earth and with ancestral territories. The preservation of indigenous languages is therefore key to maintain the well-being of indigenous peoples, and they also contribute to weaving that structure of society. They usually contain a set of ideas, philosophies, and perspectives that are broader, richer, and more diverse, and this in turn gives way to a greater social capacity, creativity, growth, and progress. The UN underscores that plurilingualism is essential to expand knowledge, to good governance, peace, and reconciliation. And indigenous languages are assets that can significantly contribute to cultural heritage if they are given the opportunity. There is also a well-established correlation between the protection of indigenous languages and the protection of biological diversity. Indigenous languages pass on this knowledge that helps protect biological diversity and help mitigate the impacts of climate change. It is not pleasant to repeat that 5% of the world's territory where indigenous peoples live, that represent 5% of Earth, there is still 80% of biological diversity. As I mentioned in my report before the General Assembly in September 2021 on protected areas and the rights of indigenous peoples, there is a vast coincidence between the territories of indigenous peoples and the points where the world's biodiversity is found. In many cases, the land managed by indigenous peoples have so much biodiversity that it is equivalent even to those areas protected by the state or more. And they recognize the value of these knowledge systems, stipulating that the state must protect and promote indigenous knowledge as key to promote biological diversity. As a foundation for indigenous cultures, language is of the utmost importance to understand how all of mankind can coexist in this relationship with Earth and between themselves. This Andean concept of suma causai in Quechua or suma camaña in Aymara. These traditions recognize the interdependence relationship between human beings and the natural world. These words express that full life has to do with a life of material, physical, and emotional well-being with internal and external balance of a community. And for my brother, the president of the Academia de la Lengua, doesn't complain. I offer that phrase in my indigenous language. But there are metaphors here because it doesn't really have a translation into Spanish. It is a indigenous development model as an alternative to the neoliberal system. It depends on the protection of indigenous languages, historical and modern causes. As a result of the loss of these indigenous languages are unacceptable. We cannot allow them to die because when an indigenous language dies, it destroys a unique reference, a point of reference, and they are not recoverable. The loss of an indigenous language is due to specific factors within the context of each region and community. However, we cannot over-exaggerate the fact that the loss of a language is the consequence of historic actions of the state and policies and decisions of the current administrations. Historically, indigenous peoples have had traditional systems imposed on them, and they have been discriminated in their practices and in the use of their language in the social, political, economic spheres. The colonial way of thinking, saying that indigenous languages are satanic, is still a reality. Indigenous peoples in the past were taken away from their families and they were taken to boarding facilities and they were physically punished for speaking their indigenous language. The descendants of those children still have generational trauma created by the physical violence they underwent in those boarding facilities. That cruelty exerted by the states together with the church. Governments and the church had similar policies in all of Latin America. Indigenous peoples were segregated, exterminated, or assimilated by force to a national identity with a single language, Spanish. Speaking Spanish became their language, the language of the original peoples, called the others. This homogenization of national realities practically destroyed many cultures and indigenous languages. However, the peoples of Latin America persisted, and they continue to live and exist as long as their languages exist. As you all know, here we are. The living are here. And the states continue with their colonialism and their attacks on indigenous peoples. They continue to expand the market economies into indigenous peoples' territories. They continue to take advantage of the natural resources that indigenous peoples have managed for millennia. They continue to sell lands to private companies that develop extraction projects without prior and informed consent of the indigenous peoples. And when indigenous peoples defend their rights to protect their land, they are called criminals, terrorists. Those who fight or struggle are incarcerated or attacked by law enforcement, and they are invited to relocate to the cities. And that is what I informed in 2021 on the indigenous peoples in urban areas. They face discrimination, racism, stigmatization around their cultural identity. So indigenous peoples feel very insecure when they speak their language. They wear their traditional clothes and carry out other cultural activities. These continue to lead to assimilation. And I would like to call your attention to the violence against indigenous women, which threatens the continuous intergenerational transmission of indigenous languages. In my report to the Human Rights Council in September, I shared that indigenous women have a core role in transmitting indigenous language because they are the teachers of this language through nursery rhymes from the early childhood. Discrimination against women exists, and the UN has requested comprehensive policies to protect indigenous women and girls around the world in their new General Recommendations number 39. Indigenous women and girls continue to be affected disproportionately by gender violence, inequality, and discrimination, and they have limited access to justice, education, employment, and health care. It is a matter of concern to see how indigenous women are disappearing and the states don't care. Why? Because they're Indians, simply speaking. And it is clear that the protection of indigenous languages depends on the protection of indigenous women. Few states have focused on the development of laws and programs that address the loss of indigenous languages. Few have recognized that the protection of plurilingualism needs policies to fight the destructive system of the past. It's important to stress that plurilingualism can only be achieved if the states recognize and protect the collective rights of indigenous peoples and repair the legacy of colonialism. Of course, the states must create these policies to promote indigenous languages as a means to develop interculturality of society. But this intercultural relationship cannot only be seen as politically correct for the assimilation of indigenous peoples. They must implement policies that fight against this historical inequality that has existed in society to achieve this intercultural relationship. These institutional actions can repair the violence of the past against indigenous peoples and promote intercultural dialogue in a significant manner. The UN has recognized the promotion of linguistic diversity and plurilingualism, which must be based on mutual respect, conviviality, and mutual benefits. The UN uses a phrase that is repeated often. Personally, I don't share it. tolerance.
Es mejor el respeto y no la tolerancia.
Respect is a better word,
Como dicen
not tolerance.
en mi país,
As
la
they
tolerancia
say in
sería
my country,
decir,
tolerance would
te
be
mastico, pero no te trago.
saying something like,
Y es mejor
I will chew you up,
respetar
but I
la
can't swallow
diferencia
you.
de las
It is better
culturas.
to respect
Un Estado que quiera
other cultures'
desarrollar el
differences.
plurilingüismo y la interculturalidad
Developing
debe reconocer las
plurilingualism
lenguas y
and
culturas
interculturality implies recognizing the languages
autóctonas
and
como igualmente dignas
native
y
cultures
valiosas que
and
la cultura
languages
dominante.
as
Las
dignified.
sociedades interculturales no pueden
Intercultural
construirse
societies
sobre la base de
cannot
la
be built
continua subordinación,
based on
marginación y
subordination,
desaparición y
margination,
asimilación de los pueblos
and
indígenas. En las últimas
of
décadas,
the
muchos
indigenous
estados
peoples.
latinoamericanos han desarrollado políticas
Many
para
Latin
hacer
American
frente
states have
a la
developed
desigualdad
policies to
mediante
address
programas de
inequality by
educación
means of
bilingüe para los pueblos
bilingual
indígenas.
educational
Sin
programs for
embargo,
indigenous
estos
peoples.
estados han
However, these
adoptado
states have
el mismo-
adopted the same,
al mismo tiempo leyes y políticas
at the
que
same
han
time, laws and
devastado
policies that
ambientalmente
have
los territorios indígenas y han
environmentally
aumentado la
devastated
criminalización de
indigenous
los pueblos
land.
indígenas por proteger sus derechos.
In
Se han impulsado proyectos masivos de desarrollo
massive
extractivo
development
y energético
and
sin
extraction
el
projects have
consentimiento
been
previo
developed
libre y
without
informado de los
prior
pueblos indígenas.
informed consent of
Además,
the
en
indigenous
toda América
peoples. And in
Latina,
all of
los
Latin
estados han
America,
desarrollado
the states
políticas,
have developed
programas
policies
bilingües
and
sin
bilingual
consultar
programs without
adecuadamente a los pueblos indígenas,
consulting
para los
with
que se desarrollan
the indigenous
los
peoples
programas.
for whom these
Y mientras
programs
que
are
algunos
developed.
estados
And
como
while
Paraguay y
some states,
Ecuador
such as
han hecho
Paraguay
que
and
los planes
Ecuador,
de
have
estudios en lenguas indígenas sean
adapted their
obligatorios y
indigenous
universales en las escuelas públicas. Otros programas nacionales
language
se han limitado a las escuelas
mandatory,
con una
others
formación
have
infantil indígena,
not,
obligando o creyendo que los
forcing
indígenas no somos
indigenous
bilingües,
peoples
sino somos
to
interculturales.
be bilingual or
Estas
intercultural.
situaciones han demostrado la gran distancia
Situations
que
have
existe
shown there's a
entre
great deal
las
of
buenas
distance
intenciones de las
between
políticas
good
estatales
intentions of
que
state
promueven el
policies that
plurilingüismo y la
foster
interculturalidad
plurilingualism
y la
and
realidad de que los
intercultural
estados
aspects,
siguen violando
and the
los
reality
derechos
that the
humanos
states
de los pueblos
continue
indígenas.
to violate the indigenous
Los estados
people's
deben
rights.
reconocer la
States
interrelación
must
fundamental
recognize
entre la
the key
preservación
relationship
de las
between
lenguas indígenas y la
preserving
protección de los
indigenous
derechos
languages
colectivos
and
de los
protecting
pueblos
collective
indígenas.
rights of these
Si la
peoples.
supervivencia,
If
la dignidad,
survival,
el bienestar de los
dignity,
pueblos
well-being
indígenas
of the
están
indigenous
amenazados,
peoples
las
is
políticas de
threatened,
plurilingüismo significan poco.
plurilingualism policies
Garantizar la
aren't
vitalidad
that
y la
much.
sostenibilidad de las lenguas
Guaranteeing the
indígenas solo es
sustainability
posible
and
si se definen
revitalizing indigenous
sistemáticamente
languages will only be
todos los
possible
derechos
if
humanos y las
systematically we
libertades
define
fundamentales
all
de
the
los
human
pueblos
rights
indígenas.
of indigenous
Esto
peoples.
significa
This
respetar no
means
solo los derechos de los
respecting
pueblos
the
indígenas a
indigenous
la
people's
transmisión,
rights
preservación
as
de
well
sus lenguas
as
y
the
culturas,
preservation
sino
of
también
their
sus
culture
derechos a
and
la
languages
libre
and their
determinación y
right
la
to
autonomía.
free determination
tierras
and
y territorios
sovereignty and
tradicionales,
autonomy,
a la
and
integridad
traditional
física,
lands,
mental,
physical,
la
mental,
libertad y la seguridad,
integrity,
y a participar en la
security,
toma de decisiones en los
taking
asuntos que
part
les afectan.
in decision-making
Un último punto que me
relative to
gustaría mencionar
aspects
es
that
que
affect
todos los
them.
derechos
Finally, I would like to
enumerados en
mention
la
that all of the
Declaración de la ONU
rights
sobre los
stated
derechos de
under
los
the
pueblos
UN
indígenas
Statement
están
regarding indigenous peoples'
interrelacionados y
rights
son
are
interdependientes.
interrelated and interdependent.
Los estados deben
These
reconocer
states
todos estos
must
derechos, ya
recognize
que,
all of
que
these
todos
rights
son necesarios
since
para
they
la
are all
conservación
necessary
efectiva
for
y la
effective
revitalización de las
preservation and
lenguas indígenas.
revitalization of indigenous
Asimismo, los
languages.
estados deben
Likewise,
reconocer que los
states
derechos
must
lingüísticos
recognize
y
that
culturales de los
linguistic
pueblos
and
indígenas
cultural rights
son
of indigenous
fundamentales
peoples
para el
are
cumplimiento
key
de
for
todos y los demás derechos
meeting
humanos.
or
Esto
respecting all
incluye
other
los derechos
human
de los
rights.
pueblos
These
indígenas
include
consagrados
the
en
rights of
otros
indigenous
instrumentos
peoples that
internacionales de
have been
derechos humanos.
enshrined under
Por
the
ejemplo,
other
la
human
protección de las
rights
lenguas
conventions,
indígenas
such
es
as protecting
fundamental para el ejercicio
indigenous
efectivo de nuestro
rights,
derecho a la
which is
libre-
something that is
a libertad de
critical for
pensamiento,
a freedom of
establecido
thought,
en el artículo 8 del
as
Pacto
stated
Internacional
under
de
Article
Derechos Civiles
8
y
of the
Políticos.
International Compact of
Otro
Political
ejemplo es el
Rights.
artículo 12
Another
del
example is
Pacto
Article
Internacional
12
de
of the
Derechos Económicos,
International
Sociales y
Compact
Culturales que
Socio-Cultural
reconoce el
Rights, which
derecho de toda
recognizes the
persona al
right of
disfrute
all
del más alto
individuals
nivel
to the
posible
highest
de
level
salud
of
física y
enjoyment of
mental.
physical and mental
Esto está
health.
claramente
This is
relacionado con el
clearly
artículo
related to
24
Article
de la
24
Declaración
of
de Derechos de los
the
Pueblos
Declaration
Indígenas,
of
que
Indigenous
establece
Peoples'
que los
Rights,
pueblos
which
indígenas
defines that
tienen
indigenous
derecho a sus
peoples have the
medicinas
right to
tradicionales
their
y a
traditional
mantener sus
medicine
prácticas
and
de
to
salud.
maintain their health
La lengua
practices.
indígena desempeña un
Indigenous
papel
language plays a
fundamental
key
en el
role
mantenimiento y
in
la transmisión de
maintaining
nuestros
and
sistemas de salud y
conveying
bienestar,
our health and
incluido
well-being
el
systems,
mantenimiento de la
including
salud espiritual
attaining mental health, as mentioned previously. There are many other examples that I could provide to you from international instruments above and beyond the Declaration, which underscores the need to protect indigenous culture and rights, to protect all the other rights.
Tengo mucho que decir.
I have a lot to say.
Voy a tener que resumir porque la
I'm going to
media hora
have
no va
to
a ser suficiente.
summarize
Yo creo que ya me
because
estoy
half an
pasando,
hour is
pero hay
not
muchas
enough.
cosas que se podrían decir.
There's so much more to say.
Pues voy a resumir.
I would like
leyendo
to
las
summarize
conclusiones del trabajo.
by reading the conclusions.
Me gustaría concluir
I would like to
reiterando que la
conclude by
promoción del
reiterating that
plurilinguismo
promoting
y la
plurilingualism
interculturalidad en las
and
sociedades
intercultural
debe
aspects
centrarse,
of society must be
debe
centered,
centrar todos los derechos de los pueblos
must be
indígenas,
focused on all of the indigenous people's rights,
reconocidos en el derecho
recognized under
internacional
the
y consagrados en la
international
Declaración
law
de
and
las Naciones
enshrined
Unidas
under
sobre
the
los derechos de
UN
los pueblos
Declaration on
indígenas.
Indigenous Peoples'
Los
Rights.
derechos lingüísticos afectan a
Linguistic
todos los demás
rights have an
derechos
impact
humanos
on all the
fundamentales,
other fundamental human
dado que la
rights,
lengua
since
es un elemento
language
central
is a
de
key
todas
component
nuestras
of all of our
experiencias
vital and lifelong
A medida que
experiences.
avanzamos juntos
To
en
the
los
extent that we
próximos
make progress
9 años del
over the
Decenio
next
Internacional
9
de las
years
Lenguas
of
Indígenas,
the International
les insto
Decade
a
of
todos a
Indigenous
reflexionar
Languages,
sobre el paso
I would like
o
to
sobre los
encourage you
pasos
to
que
all
deberían
reflect upon
darse
what steps should be taken
con el pleno
in
consentimiento
order
libre,
to
previo e
make
informado de los
progress,
pueblos indígenas,
all with the free
para
and
desarrollar un
informed prior
Chile
consent of
verdaderamente
indigenous peoples,
plurilingüe e
all in
intercultural
order
que
to
incluya
create
plenamente la
plurilingual
diversión lingüística.
intercultural Chile.
Perdón. Porque ya. Gracias. Para desarrollar un Chile
In order
verdaderamente
to
plurilingüe e
develop a
intercultural,
truly
que incluya
plurilingual
plenamente la diversidad
intercultural
lingüística
Chile that involves
y que proteja
linguistic
plenamente los derechos
diversity
colectivos
and
de los
that
pueblos
protects the
indígenas.
collective rights of
Es
indigenous
necesario
peoples,
reconocer
it's
la
necessary to
existencia de los
recognize
pueblos
the
indígenas
existence of indigenous
y
peoples.
Ministro, yo no voy a,
And
no tengo temor
Minister,
porque lo he
I
repetido varias veces,
have said this so
reconocer
often. It
los
involves
territorios
recognizing
de estos pueblos.
the territories
Muchas
of these
gracias.
peoples as well. Thank you. Thank you, Francisco Cali, for this interesting presentation on plurilingualism, intercultural aspects, and indigenous rights. Unfortunately, we will not have time for Q&A given time constraints. And now I would like to invite you to enjoy a brief break for coffee, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes. Now, please recall that prior to leaving the room, you will need to have a headset for simultaneous interpreting for the next block, and you can retrieve a headset outside of the hall or in the foyer with your ID. Thank you.
Hola, sí. Hola, sí. Hola, hola, sí. Hola.
¿Vamos? ¿Nos dejamos ahí entonces? Yo voy a sentar ahí y tú chequea cómo te queda. A ver si.
Hola, hola, sí. Hola, hola. Hola, hola, sí. Hola, hola, hola.
Aló. Aló, aló, aló. Aló.
Rocío. ¿Qué dice? Ah, perfecto. Ya estamos de vuelta en el seminario internacional.
We are back at the International Seminar on Intercultural Policies for Plurilingualism under a Comparative Approach. This next panel is entitled Intercultural Policies for Plurilingualism in Bolivia, Ecuador, and Paraguay. I would like to greet Freddy Condo Riveras, head of the Unit for Public Policies for Promoting Equality, Complementarity from the Ministry of Culture, Decolonization, and Depatriarchalization of Bolivia. Jorge Gomez Rendon, a researcher, linguist, and professor at the Catholic University in Ecuador, and Humberto Lopez de Vella, General Director, Diversity, Rights, and Cultural Processes in Paraguay. We would also like to greet Alejandra Sirstepaniak, coordinator of the cultural area of UNESCO in Chile. She is moderating this panel, which is entitled Intercultural Policies for Plurilingualism in Bolivia, Ecuador, and Paraguay. Thank you. Allow me to first greet all of you who have joined us after the coffee break. I would like to introduce you to Freddy Condo Riveros, who is from the Quechua Indigenous Group and is head of the Unit of Public Policies for Promoting Equality, Complementarity of the Ministry of Culture, Decolonization, and Depatriarchalization of Bolivia. He's a member of the Standing UN Forum on Indigenous Affairs, professor, university professor, and coordinator of indigenous organizations in Bolivia. And he also works with indigenous organizations that are part of the group of indigenous organizations in Chile and in Bolivia. He was also the Vice Minister of Rural Development and Agricultural Development of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Welcome. I would also like to introduce you to Jorge Gomez Rendon, a linguist and professor in the Netherlands, as well as in the Catholic University at Ecuador. He has been a guest speaker for a variety of different universities in Colombia, Chile, France, etc. He works for international and national agencies addressing linguistic and socio-linguistic aspects since 2008. His primary areas of research are related to revitalizing languages, having contact with the pre-Hispanic Andean cultures through onomastic studies, ethnohistory, and archaeology. Since 2005, he has been working on linguistic documentation for several languages in Ecuador, Bolivia, and Colombia, and is working on publishing a variety of different teaching materials for languages, dictionaries, oral tradition, text as well, and other areas. And joining us online, we have Humberto López de Bella, the General Director of Diversity, Rights, and Cultural Processes in Paraguay, under the National Secretary of Culture. He has been working on designing and fostering policies that promote artistic and intercultural diversity and integration. He also works on promoting cultural diversity as a campaign for safeguarding the indigenous people's culture. He has led the design and coordination of socio-cultural contingency mechanisms in Paraguay during the pandemic. He's in charge of the program of cultural funds for citizens programs and has also worked on fostering culture in Uruguay and Paraguay across the board. Since 2018, he has worked as a university professor for cultural management and art promotion in the School of Art and Design and Architecture in Asunción. He also works on marketing and technological innovation for performing arts and other areas, and has held a variety of different conferences internationally and nationally related to cultural management in the 21st century and for other cultural, architectural design programs for museums and preserving cultural heritage and culture related to the 21st agenda and other areas. So welcome to all of you.
Y le paso la palabra a ti. Sí, por favor.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Ya. ¿No lo van a proyectar aquí? Ya. Bueno, en principio, muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Traerles un saludo de la
Greetings on behalf of the Minister, Sabina Orellana, of Cultures, Decolonization, and Depatriarchalization of Bolivia, and others. Greetings to all of our Chilean brothers and sisters. This is my first time here. It's very pleasant for me to be here, particularly when our Vice President said, you need to read the wrinkles of our forefathers, our grandparents. We need to read what the rocks and the sticks say and what our peoples have built and that we have not yet even received And within, those are the words that I am using to begin my presentation. And I asked myself, how can we actually read the wrinkles of our forefathers and mothers? But the point of that expression is you need to understand the knowledge that our elders possess. Every time one of our elders passes away, we essentially lose a book of knowledge. And that is related to our knowledge, our wisdom, the wisdom and knowledge of the indigenous peoples. And we ask ourselves, what would have happened during the pandemic if our midwives had not been working? The hospitals were broken. People were fleeing from the hospitals because the doctors were not working and nurses were not working because they did not want to catch the disease, COVID, that is. But children were still being born. So we have to ask ourselves, what would we have done without our midwives? I'm here to talk about how when we started designing a policy, we always work with this statement which says that the earthquake comes from below, from the basis. And so we have to listen to what the people are crying for so that we can take these requests and use these to build the policy. Now, in the past, we just worked with consultants and the policies were drafted from a desktop, but that's not what we do anymore. And we have made these changes along the way, listening to the grassroots, listening to what those from below are stating. Now here I have a table of contents of my presentation: decolonization, this depatriarchalization process, how plurilingualism is part of this, is an agent of change. What do we understand when we hear the term decolonization? Well, we know that we have inherited a situation as a result of the colonization, a situation full of death and unpleasant experiences. We will not repeat this. You're all quite familiar with this. But it has actually been repeated and replicated during the Republic. The treatment, the way the indigenous peoples are treated has not changed, and we continue to face what we faced during the colonization period. That's why it's important to recognize that despite that inhumane treatment, the indigenous peoples have continued to make a significant contribution. You know that we, as Bolivia, have been a raw material producer, primarily silver, and the indigenous contribution was essential for maintaining the state. It was the indigenous peoples whose work actually paid all the salaries until the mining sector actually recovered. So Bolivia has traditionally always been a mining country. When we talk about decolonization, we're talking about a process of disassembling this structure, this framework that has been in place for a while. Now, ever since an indigenous person took office, presidency, we have made changes, but prior to that it was very difficult. It was difficult. How can you actually change this overall attitude of racism that was reigning prior to that? Racism, hatred, changing that overnight is not possible. And we have always said that this is a process that is ongoing, and every time we move one step forward, we come across a series of problems, of course. In 2019, there was a coup d'etat. And culture, someone said back then, spending on culture is absurd. Back then, all of the rights that we had secured for 14 years were wiped away. The Ministry of Culture was wiped out during that process. And so that is an expression of how racism continues to exist and exclusion. How can we actually accept that? Well, we need to continue working from behind the scenes within the university system, within the education system, within the curriculum. From the curriculum, we have submitted a proposal to the Ministry of Education, in fact, because those the teachers are those who are actually reproducing this colonial system. So how do we actually change the education system? How can we tell the media to stop feeding us Western trash? How can we ensure that today's problems are resolved? Now, this whole process that we are referring to is decolonization, and it's still part of our mindset. And when we talk about depatriarchalization, we also are referring to how discrimination against women is at the root of all of this. In terms of power, from the seat of power, and questioning power is what we need to start doing. If women are discriminated, and we know they are, if women overall are discriminated, you can only imagine how often and how the degree of discrimination that indigenous women face. So when the first state political constitution was drawn up, there weren't any women participating. There weren't any indigenous participating either. They only participated when an indigenous president took office, and there was a revision of the constitution. So we need to start with indigenous people's rights. Now, this is nothing written in stone, by the way. We need to be practical in our approach, pragmatic. We want to make sure that women have the same options as men and any other type of person. So that brings me to a paradigm, and this concept of well-being or living well. Now, where did all of this come from? I'm not going to repeat this. This is something that is documented. You can read into it and investigate. But this concept of living well was not designed seated at a desk. This wasn't something that was defined in consultation with other political consultants. It was all about how we had this discussion. What do we really want from life? And someone said from the back of the room, we just want to live well. And that is what UN women's organizations have said. We want to live better. We want to have a better life. Living well is something that is holistic in nature. Living well is a comprehensive existence. So we are addressing a lifestyle structural change that begins with our identity. How can we live well if our neighbor does not? And so this logic, this concept is something that we all need to share at the international level. We all need to live well with the Peruvians, the Brazilians, the Argentinians. And that's our proposition. We aim to build this new philosophical paradigm of living well. And it's not just something that we want to do for ourselves, but for all of us. Because this is a collective right that we're seeking. Living well is something that it's onus is on all of us. And water is a human right. Why should it be something bought and sold? Anyhow, these are these concepts that we are including in our language, and this is how language is including these concepts. So we have this diagram here of colonialization and the patriarchy, and how we're trying to disassemble this through different mechanisms. During the period of the Republic, this colonial approach has been replicated, and those preceding us have said that actually there was this indigenous person who supposedly collaborated with Simón Bolívar, and there were certain texts. And in any event, Simón Bolívar had this proposal to free the people. And in the end, there was a problem because everyone reproduced the existing system. Simón Bolívar basically was just an extension of the previous treatment. And so when we had the Constituent Convention, that brought about an opening, a fracture. There was a fissure that was started in the system. And we were focusing on burying the republic, but we haven't done that yet. We're in between setting up this plurinational state and the republic. So that's what we're in this in-between stage right now. So the goal is to have an intercultural society. We do not want to exclude anyone. We are already all living together in Bolivia, so we need to live together well. And when we started disassembling this colonial system, once it's entirely dismantled, we will actually be able to say that we have a plurinational state. And once that is the status quo, we will be able to live well. That's what we're saying. Okay? Now, when you lose one language, as Francisco Cali mentioned, there was another woman who was living in northern Bolivia, and she passed away, and she was the last member of this indigenous group who spoke her language. She has children, but her children do not speak the language. So when she passed away, you can imagine the wealth of knowledge that was lost, and the traditional medicinal wisdom as well, etc. So from the moment the new state political constitution was adopted back in 2009, what we did with the indigenous languages, and that's what the UN calls these, we raised the category of these languages to official state languages. And following that, what we did was, and we have 36 indigenous peoples, by the way. Not all have the same language, but their languages come from the same linguistic roots. So we have made these are enshrined under the Constitution. Not under laws, but under the Constitution. So that is the framework within which we have been carrying out our activities since 2009. This is all part of a challenge that is related to setting up the IPELC, which is the Plurinational Institute of the Study of Culture and Language. This is what's necessary to standardize languages. We have Quechua, for example, we have the central dialect from Cochabamba. Then we have the other dialect near Potosí, and there are differences. And so we need to standardize the use of Quechua, for example. The same applies to Aymara and Guarani. We have Guarani in Paraguay. We have Guarani that's spoken in Argentina, Bolivia, and Brazil. But there are differences. So we really are trying to reach an agreement with regard to how these languages are spoken. So there's something standard, and so that we could come up with not a single across-the-board grammar, but something that will allow us to work together. It will be binding. And then we have the Ministry of Culture through the Vice Ministry of Decolonization and Depatriarchalization. And what we need to do here is to recoup all of the languages, and that's what we're doing. We are trying to work with elders. These are vulnerable peoples. We are all vulnerable peoples, rather. And the fact that we are indigenous doesn't mean that we have to accept this constant bombing. So we're trying to change the switch that media has flipped on.
First, lawyers, doctors. They're human beings, like anyone else. So we need to understand that train of thought. And I ask myself, what happened when the Spaniards came? How did they understand each other with the indigenous peoples? Oh, they probably grabbed a few sticks. And it's the same logic. If I apply that now, how can an Aymara police that sent to Guarani territory, how do they understand each other? How do the Guarani policemen understand himself with the person that speaks Quechua? So in Bolivia, public officials need to learn 2 languages. That is part of the Constitution. It's a process. But we have some issues. We teach them how to learn Quechua, but they have nothing to read in Quechua. Everything's in Spanish. We tell them to watch movies, but the movies are in English or in Spanish. So the problem is in the cultural industry. How can we reinvent it? And how can we offer an answer or solutions to our peoples? It's important to make progress. Time is always a problem. So we have this problem. The problem is that our youth do not wish to speak our original languages because, I don't know, fashion, other influences, or because our parents said, why would you continue to speak this language? You know, if you want to be a lawyer, you need to speak Spanish, so forget about Aymara or Quechua or whatever language they speak. So how? Because many of our parents still say that. Stop thinking about this. So we need to work on standards. When you judge a sister, a brother that cannot speak Spanish well or simply cannot speak it, then the Ministry of Culture should offer assistance with an interpreter. And then, of course, they are obliged to learn the language, but lawyers, teachers, that is still very strong, their unions. So we still need to work on breaking these walls down and making the change. It's not far from our reality. We see this in an ongoing fashion. We wish to create a society that includes everyone in all their differences. We would like that in an Aymara territory, all the laws be in Aymara, and that they have their own solutions with their council. But how? How can you move forward if no one can speak this language? We need to continue working on the grammar. So these are challenges that lie ahead of us, and we hope to offer solutions in the future. So we continue with these actions, these proposals. We just had the year of indigenous languages. Now it's the decade. So we need to start with the UN. Because, well, to join the UN first, you need to go in a suit. Otherwise, they don't let you in. And if you dress with your indigenous clothes, the guard doesn't allow you in, because the guard, who comes from our people originally, he will say, oh, but brother, you're going to meet with someone from the UN. So we need to decolonize. We've had many issues with the UN. We must continue working on this, on these issues that we face daily. There's many challenges ahead of us. The Constitution needs to become a reality. How do we do that? How do we make these languages official? And we need to implement these laws not only in the educational system. It's not sufficient to teach it. We need to practice it and take it and apply it in our realities. This is the challenge ahead of us, and the objective is to implement this official nature of original languages throughout the country. So it is not only a policy regarding cultures. It is not only cultural. It has to do with everything. It's a holistic problem. And that's how we conceive it. That's how we understand it. And we hope that we can make progress. Hayaya, thank you.
Muy bien, buenas tardes ya con toda la audiencia.
Good afternoon.
Quiero compartir unas reflexiones
I'd like to share a few reflections from Ecuador, and I have called my talk Building Plurilingualism in Intercultural and Plurinational Context. In Ecuador, and somehow in the other countries of the region, cannot be achieved, and we can't talk about this if we don't do so by achieving interculturality, and in our case, also plurinationality. Let's talk about the context we find ourselves in. These three, one moment. How do I click here?
¿Puedes ayudarme? Ok, ya, gracias, disculpas. Decía, estos tres
I was saying that these three pillars to build this new state are extremely important for us at Ecuador. In Ecuador, there is no interculturality or plurinationality for a simple reason. The foundation of plurinationality has to do with dialogue, and this is based on the coexistence of languages, and plurinationality is extremely important. It grants the legal and administrative framework for the people of a country to develop and thrive, and it also has to do with self-determination. I can conclude, as others that preceded me have mentioned, it has to do with the territories as well. So in Ecuador, we have 14 indigenous peoples or nationalities. In linguistic terms, it's not equivalent. We should have 14 indigenous languages, but we don't. Or at least there are no longer 14 indigenous languages. We have 12. The reasons are obvious. Two indigenous languages, Zapara and Angwa, were extinguished in the last 12 years. I witnessed the loss directly. I worked for several years with the last speakers of these two languages, and it was based on this work that the heirs of these two languages speak Masonic Quechua, and they wish to reintroduce them in their communities by formally and informally teaching it. So it's not what we talk about, revitalization. It's actually more complex and unforeseen. I believe this will be increasingly frequent, this loss of indigenous languages due to this desire of restoration of these languages. This also presents challenges in the way in which we develop policies for the use of these languages. There's another important situation, which is that 25% of the members of these peoples are Spanish speakers, and of course they identify as members of their peoples and nationalities, but they speak only Spanish. In some of these cases, they wish to recover their language, but in others, they don't. And we must be sensitive to this as well. In other cases, they don't feel it's important. They feel strongly about other struggles that are associated, for example, with territories, with the recovery of their territories. So this also somehow challenges the idea that we have of the value of languages and ethnicity, and how it's necessary to rethink it. There is no exact equivalence between language and ethnicity. There never was an exact equivalence between language and ethnicity. The indigenous peoples were always plurilingual. They never had a single language, and that is the example that they set for contemporary societies. A significant percentage of these Spanish-speaking indigenous people are living in cities. That doesn't mean that we should think differently in terms of how to guarantee the linguistic rights of these groups. Thinking of territories alone is not the solution. I recently wrote about the intercultural territories. They are, like it or not, the urban centers.
Bien. Si hablamos con respecto a la parte histórica,
if we refer to the historic part, well, Ecuador has 21 constitutions. The constitution of the 19th century, or constitutions, do not mention the official language of the state, or recognized by the state, and they also don't recognize any other languages within the national territory. Only in an ephemeral constitution that failed due to a coup, where a conservative liberalism returned to the government in 1937, there is talk of the language of Indians. Later, from 1945 to 1979, other languages were recognized, especially Quechua. So constitutional texts recognize Quechua and other languages as elements of the national culture. At that time, we were still working with an ideal or a model of a single nation with a single language, Hispanic nation. Insofar as the Indians would join that majority learning Spanish, especially learning Spanish, whether they kept their languages or not. But they became recognized. There are some important advances here. In the last two constitutions, in the Constitution of 1998, that is the result of the Montecristi Constitution. In 2008, there is a quantum leap from the perspective of making visible the indigenous languages. But this was not gratuitous. It answers to the indigenous movement. The indigenous movement, through, well, we would have to say this, through hundreds of years of struggle, but these constitutional advances are achieved from the beginning of the 80s until the end of the last century. Since July 1990, there were a series of uprisings, indigenous uprisings in Ecuador, unknown at a Latin American level, that modified all the classist, racist, discriminatory attitudes in the country. They made us see the existence of those others, as Francisco said, that lived in Ecuador. It is difficult to understand plurilingualism without this struggle, this other interculturality, without the indigenous movement. It's impossible. It didn't come from any other political movement, from any international agency. It came from here. And things such as the Summa Causal come from, at least as we say in Ecuador, from evidence of the Quechua Amazonic Quechua culture. There are concrete results. Basically, the first idea was to make visible these indigenous languages, and in 1998 they were recognized as official languages, even if it weren't at a country-wide or national level. And there's two differences. One is there's three types of official natures. One is Spanish. Spanish is the official language for the entire country. And another is this strange official nature, which is about official languages of intercultural nature. These are the majority languages, Quechua and Shuar, and also Spanish. Spanish is included as an official language with an intercultural relationship. And this is suspicious for me because it is the simple acknowledgement of the single language status quo of the Ecuadorian culture. But then we have the language in the areas where we inhabit, and there is no official recognition, but there is progress. And this is one of the challenges we still have. The indigenous movement, I'm sorry, I didn't change the slides. Another is the promotion of this intercultural education. This came from the 60s and then from the 80s with a history of achievements. In 1998, it became official thanks to the indigenous movement struggles. And in the 90s, they achieved their autonomy in the intercultural system. And then they lost it. They lost it in 2010. The plurinational, intercultural, and plurilingual system was lost at that time, not only from a conceptual point of view, but also administrative and financial. And it made things very difficult. We could hold an entire seminar on this. But in the 90s, we made the health system intercultural and also the justice system. There is still a need to make education intercultural, going back to all levels, having an organic law that would protect us, both in schools and public and private schools should teach these. These indigenous languages are only taught in bilingual schools, and with this lack of trained educators, teachers, professors with a professional profile, so they can be in this intercultural and bilingual system. What really happens is that they are all Spanish-speaking teachers. There we have the Pagalo in the north, and 80% of the teachers are Hispanic, Spanish-speaking people.
Esta última lámina resume muy sintéticamente, seguramente hay
This summarizes
los que podían ser estos desafíos de una sociedad
the challenges.
Posiblemente el primero de todos es que todavía para nosotros la interculturalidad
And for us, interculturality is still seen as an issue with indigenous cultures. If we want to be intercultural, it cannot be a problem only about indigenous peoples. If you wish to carry out a legal analysis of how you use intercultural, the term intercultural, it is predominantly seen as indigenous, and that's not right. It's not what we're looking for. And there's other things that we mentioned in the previous slide. The indigenous languages continue to weaken as compared to Spanish, and it is the result of several things, not a single thing. And the entire country is exploring the reasons behind this. So the speakers were saying that it's not just about biological racism that is easily visible on the skin. Now it is a different kind of racism, cultural racism, which we've heard from other instigators. It takes away cultural values of other societies.
Una cosa importantísima que está asociada con
There's also something very important.
Normalmente desde la política pública
normally from public policy,
la protección y la promoción
one
de los
focuses on protecting human rights by delinking them from socio-cultural rights, and obviously that's something that cannot be done in any feasible fashion. Many of those who have spoken before me have talked about how policy affects all of our rights, all aspects of society. And if we don't understand that this is a whole in public policy, we're essentially speaking to the wind, because public policy needs to be integral and interconnected. Something else that was said earlier is that the territorial rights of the indigenous people continue to be attacked, and the state, paradoxically speaking, is fostering indigenous people's language protection programs. So it's odd.
Y con obviamente una imagen más multiculturalista que interculturalista crítica, como se dice. En este mismo sentido, siguiendo lo que decía antes, la política pública de lenguas indígenas sigue una dimensión unidimensional, puramente lingüística. Vamos a ver, hagamos diccionarios, hagamos gramáticas. Yo mismo he sido, como ustedes seguramente escucharon en la presentación que me hicieron, partícipe de esto. Pero al ser partícipe, y esto es un reconocimiento, me he dado cuenta de la insuficiencia de esto. Una de las lenguas distintas, la lengua safari, fue declarada patrimonio, es la única que se declaró en 2001 como patrimonio cultural de la humanidad, junto con sus expresiones orales. Por UNESCO. Se entregaron fondos, se publicaron gramáticas, diccionarios, se hicieron varios tipos de iniciativas. Bueno, la lengua ya no está. Es decir, algo pasó, ¿verdad? Estamos pensando de otra manera el problema de la lengua. Esa es una cuestión grave, muy grave, cuando queremos formular política pública en relación a lenguas. Y en ese mismo sentido, claro, la promoción y el fomento del plurilingüismo se realizan todavía de manera descoordinada. No hay una conexión interministerial como debería haber.
Interministerial coordination that we really should have. This is not carried out in constant, sustained fashion, but rather randomly and not in keeping with constant, sustained scheduling or planning, and without any long-term follow-up. These are the major challenges that Ecuador faces today regarding plurilingualism. And we hope that over the next few years we will secure some progress. From academia, of course. Within academia, we are responsible for many different areas. We are still trying to bring about change. At my university, for example, we are working on creating a national and regional observatory for cultural and linguistic diversity. Thank you. Humberto will now take the floor. Are you there, Humberto? Are you with us?
Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Good afternoon, can you hear me?
¿Me pueden confirmar si tenemos audio, por favor?
Could someone please confirm that you can hear me? Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
No sé si me escuchan. Sí. Humberto, se escucha bien.
Yes, Humberto, we can hear you.
¿Se escucha bien?
Un poquito.
Yes, but you're a little bit too loud. Perhaps you could turn down the volume a bit, or the sound technicians could manage that, please.
Muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes ya para todas y para todos.
Good afternoon.
En el dulce idioma guaraní.
in
Reciban un
Guarani.
cordial saludo.
Greetings.
Desde la República del
From
Paraguay estoy participando
Paraguay.
en representación de
I am
la
here on behalf
Secretaría Nacional
of the National
de
Secretariat
Cultura y es
of
un
Culture,
honor
and it's an honor for me
participar de este
to
seminario internacional
take part in this
Políticas
international
Interculturales
seminar
para el
on
Plurilingüismo
intercultural policies for
en perspectiva
plurilingualism
comparada
from a
y
compared
un honor
perspective.
participar de este panel que recoge experiencias
I'm pleased to be part of this
en
panel,
Bolivia,
which is a regional
Ecuador y
panel.
Paraguay,
We've heard from
sobre un
Ecuador,
tema absolutamente relevante
Bolivia,
y
and Paraguay
vinculante con
on a
los
very
programas
important
y
topic,
acciones que venimos impulsando en el Paraguay.
key for some of the
Por lo que
issues
quiero
that we have been working on in
especialmente a
Paraguay.
la profesora
I just wanted to
Julieta Broski,
thank you,
ministra de las
Julieta
Culturas, Artes y
Broski, the
Patrimonio
Minister
de
of
Chile,
Culture,
por la
Arts,
cordial
and
invitación y sobre todo
Heritage in
felicitar
Chile
por
for inviting
organizar
us
este importante
and for
seminario.
organizing
Quiero
this
saludar
important
también
seminar. I would
a
also
los
like to
representantes de las
greet
Naciones
the
Unidas,
representatives of the
UNESCO,
UN system,
a los ponentes
UNESCO,
que me antecedieron
speakers
y
who
a
have
las
spoken
demás
before me,
autoridades
and
presentes, así como a
other
todo el público
authorities
que
present, as
acompaña.
well as the audience at large.
El Paraguay es un país
Paraguay
pluricultural
is a
y plurilingüe,
pluricultural and
con 19
plurilinguistic
pueblos
country.
indígenas
We have
vigentes,
19
5 familias
indigenous
lingüísticas
peoples,
y
5
2
different
idiomas oficiales,
linguistic
el
families,
guaraní y
2
el
official
español.
languages,
Y
Spanish
para
and Guarani.
referirnos
And
a las políticas
in order to refer
interculturales
to
del
intercultural
plurilingüismo de
policies
Paraguay,
and plurilingualism in
me
Paraguay,
acompaña muy
I have
gentilmente el
invited
profesor
to
doctor
join
en lengua
us
guaraní,
a
don
professor
Miguel
of the
Ángel Verón,
Guarani language,
quien es
Miguel
además
Ángel
director
Varón.
general
He's
del
also the
Instituto
general
Superior
director
de
of the
Estudios
Higher
Culturales
Institute
y
of
Lingüísticos en
Cultural and
Guaraní,
Linguistic Studies of
especialista en estudios
Guarani. He's a
culturales latinoamericanos,
specialist
que
as
va a
well
adentrarnos
in this
técnicamente y
area, and
puntualmente en
he
el tema
will
y con quien
allow us
estuvimos
to delve into
conversando
technical
hace
aspects
unas
of this
semanas
topic. And for
sobre
several weeks
esta
now,
participación
we
por
have
Paraguay
been
y el
talking
profesor Miguel
together
Ángel Verón estuvo compartiendo también los resultados
about the
del
actions
séptimo
in
seminario
Paraguay and the
internacional
results of the 7th
sobre
International
traducción,
Seminar
terminología y
on
diversidad lingüística
translation,
realizado en Paraguay
terminology,
el 3,
and
4
linguistic
y 5 de
diversity
noviembre en el
carried
marco
out
del
in
Decenio de las Lenguas
Paraguay
Indígenas,
just
por lo que
recently.
consideré muy pertinente poder contar con su acompañamiento,
I thought it was
a
quite
quien agradezco.
important for him to
El
be here, so
profesor
thank
Verón
you
es
for joining
además
us, Professor
escritor
Badon.
bilingüe
He is also
guaraní-castellano, traductor público,
a
licenciado en letras y licenciado
translator.
en
He has a
educación
degree
bilingüe
in
guaraní-castellano, con más de 27
Spanish
años
and
de
Guarani.
experiencia en la docencia
He's
en el
an
nivel medio
author
superior.
in Guarani,
Fue premiado por la Cámara
wealth
de
of
Junior
experience
en el
in
año
this
2000 de
area.
Paraguay. Fue
He has
director general
received
de
a
prácticas
variety of
lingüísticas
different
de la Secretaría de
awards
Políticas
as well.
Lingüísticas. Actualmente es miembro
At present,
del
he
número de la
is a
Academia de la Lengua
member
Guaraní,
of
es docente de la
the
Universidad Nacional de
Guarani
Asunción y de
professorship
la Universidad Nacional del Este.
from
Desde el
the
2018 es investigador
Nacional
categorizado
del
del
Este
Consejo Nacional
University and
de Ciencia y
others.
Tecnología CONACYT. Es ganador del quinto concurso
He has
nacional de
also
ensayos
won
organizado por la Secretaría Nacional de Cultura con los
an
textos
award
escritos en guaraní.
for
Es autor
an
o
article
coautor de
written
10
in
libros,
Guarani. He has
artículos
co-authored
publicados en libros y
books
revistas especializadas en Paraguay,
and
Brasil, Argentina, España y
published
Estados
in
Unidos. Así que
specialty
agradezco
journals
la
in
gentileza del
Paraguay
profesor.
and
Quiero
elsewhere.
ceder
And
la
again,
palabra a
thank you for
continuar
joining
la
us.
Maiteirori awoyevete karai Humberto Semeteirori Adeo Padete Poyoku Hanyoa Paraguay Guye. Un gusto enorme compartir.
It's quite a pleasure to be here with such a unique audience. I would like to greet the authorities from UNESCO, from Chile, as well as our brothers and sisters from Ecuador, Bolivia, and everyone else who is joining us here. I also wanted to thank Humberto Lopez for entrusting to me this presentation to refer to the linguistic situation in Paraguay. So it's quite a pleasure, again, I repeat, to be joining all of my brothers and sisters from Chile and Latin America. Now, I have some remarks prepared for you. I'm trying to share my screen. Bear with me.
Oye, ¿cuál es la director?
Doye Cuaidi.
Ah, no llegó, todavía no se ve. Todavía no se ve. Sí. Bueno. Me dice que ya se está compartiendo.
No se ve, profesor.
No. Y probablemente
Well, I cannot share the screen. It seems from my end that I am sharing the screen, but maybe those of you on site need to authorize me to share my screen. Let's move on, please, Professor. We cannot see the presentation. Oh, well, that's too bad. Anyhow, the presentation was entitled Linguistic Policies in Paraguay, from monolinguism to plurilinguism, and it's entitled in Guarani, so you can see a bit of our language, written language. Just let me refer to the linguistic policies or language policies and some brief concepts. In Paraguay, when we talk about language politics, we've been referring to this for roughly 15 years now, not prior to that, and there have been efforts around the globe to refer to this since the beginning of this century. 20, 30 years, one could say. And the first Declaration on Linguistic Rights was actually published in 1996 in Barcelona. So these refer to a systematic suite of actions aimed at securing a linguistic situation that is considered desirable. And this may refer to a dominant language and ensuring that it's stable and facilitating expansion, or this could refer to a minority language. Now, the decisions taken by the state are enshrined under laws. We cannot talk about linguistic or language policies without talking about language or linguistic planning. Some people refer to this as the binomial. If you have policies, they need to be enshrined under plans. And you also need a general framework. Planning is a well thought out process, and back in the 60s, we have started talking about a linguistic planning. Obviously, this is based on securing short, mid-term, and long-term objectives. And when we talk about linguistic planning in Uruguay and elsewhere, we usually refer to 4 branches. These are planning related to the status or functional planning, and that is related to the use of languages. Then we refer to the body planning, formal planning, so that you can standardize a language and you can use it in a various communications area. You need to make sure that the language is fully developed enough so that it can actually be pragmatically used. And then we talk about learning planning or usage planning. With this, I want to wrap up the theoretical part. I want to refer to the types of linguistic planning. Most of the books addressing in the literature out there addressing these topics refer to positive planning and negative planning. In Paraguay, we've always seen the imposition of negative planning, but now, fortunately, we're working towards positive planning. Negative planning just imposes a language and just rules out the other languages, and positive planning tries to ensure that we have care for the overall linguistic ecology, or ecosystem, one could say. And there are 2 key perspectives. One is sociolinguistic, and the other one is more instrumental in nature. This instrumentalist perspective refers to including other fields into this process. And sociolinguistic perspective states that you cannot just plan for a language because a language is a social tool and you must take into consideration other aspects in order to foster use of a language. For example, in Paraguay, the indigenous peoples' lands are taken away from them, and when they lose territory, this has an impact on their culture, which in turn naturally has an impact on their language. In Paraguay, and the institution I represent, believe or focus on this ancestral indigenous belief of constantly seeking knowledge. And so linguistic and cultural policies that are top down and also bottom up so that they will actually become real public policy instruments. And in Paraguay, all of the experiences related to the language law are thanks to efforts by the Institute from bottom up. Often this has resulted in clashes between the people and the state. Cultural and linguistic policies. I think we have been denying language, the Guarani language and the culture, and we're moving from that towards recognition. Now, what linguistic and cultural policies have been implemented in Paraguay? Well, back during the colonial period and then following the independence period, there were efforts to impose Spanish, the European language, but it was not possible in our country because there were certain social events that occurred. Guarani was always the majority language, and in fact, the Catholic Church back in the 1600s was using Guarani for colonialization. Guarani, written Guarani, was also officially used during the colony, more so during the colony than after independence. So what happened after the independence? Well, I believe that, and this was back in 1811, the monolingual policy was strengthened, and nation states, that was because nation states always relied on the French Revolution concept. That is, they were seeking unification, single flag, single culture, single language. Spanish, well, we do not have any official information related to Spanish, but it was probably back in 1811 when Paraguay became independent from Spain that only 5% of the population spoke Spanish. And at that point, Guarani was put down. And 99% of the population was speaking Guarani back then. It would have been more logical, obviously, for that language to be the official language because it was spoken by 99% of the population. Strangely enough, the state and public administrative language that was chosen was Spanish. And then, provisionally, the government focused on how to eradicate Guarani from schools and only use Spanish. there was complete ruling out or wiping out of Guarani as a result of the tripartite war, and it finalized in 1870 with the death of the president of Paraguay, and 6 days later, by decree, Guarani was no longer able to be used legally in all of the schools. Something similar happened in Brazil. And the president of Argentina said, okay, if we are going to kill Paraguay, we need to kill that language. I only learned Spanish and started speaking Spanish at age 17. Now, in practice, in ideology, that decree that dates back to 1870 was very controversial. Now, we have a National Secretariat for Culture in place since 2007. We have a Secretariat of Linguistic Policies as well in place since 2011. And here I would like to refer to exactly what our brother from Ecuador referred to. In Paraguay, starting back in 1813, there have been several national constitutions rolled out. We have the 1813 one, the 1856 Constitution, the 1870 Constitution, the 1940 Constitution. And not under a single one of these is there mention of language. And it is assumed that Paraguay is a monolingual country with Spanish as its language. But I believe that it was bilingual up until a war that was brought about by external interests. And only in 1967 was Guarani recognized as a language. And later on, there was recognition of Guarani cultural rights. On December 29, 2010, thanks to support by the executive branch back then, additional linguistic policies were adopted.
So this is the most important law in the linguistic sense. One is official and the other is the Guarani Language Academy. I worked with them and I was once the director of linguistic planning. I no longer belong to the institution, but we were able to sign and support a government that was once in power in 2011. And this language academy worked intensively, and the use of language, of the Guarani language, has not made much progress, unfortunately. The Guarani has grammar, it has spelling, it has dictionaries, but the official usage and written usage is not widespread. In Paraguay, we have a pluricultural and plurilingual nation with a bilingual state. Paraguay is the only country in Latin America that has a Guarani language speaking majority. All parliament members speak Guarani. They do not make official and public use of Guarani, but they do speak it, especially when they wish to obtain votes. There are 19 indigenous peoples and 19 languages. Unfortunately, there are some languages like Wana that are weakening. I believe that there are 2 or 3 speakers. So the the language secretariat is working on its preservation. So I know that we're working on this. There's also Paraguayan Sign Language and the foreign languages. This is the social linguistic situation in the country. According to the census in 2002, and I hope that we obtain new information. 20 years ago, 60% of the population spoke Guarani. Guarani and Spanish. Almost 90% spoke Guarani and almost 70% spoke Castilian Spanish. So 20 years ago, Spanish was spoken by 70% and Guarani by 90%. 26% were monolingual Guarani speakers and 7% were monolingual Spanish speakers. There's been many changes in the past 20 years in the use of language in Paraguay. 6% speaks other languages, especially Portuguese, and it's around 10% of the Paraguayan population has to do with the advances of agribusiness. And 2%, 1.8% of the population spoke Guarani at the time, or indigenous languages, he corrects himself. The configuration has changed today. Briefly, with respect to indigenous languages, the director has mentioned there's 5 linguistic languages. There's the Guarani language family, and there's 7 types of Guarani. I speak Paraguayan Guarani. That is what we speak. There's the Argentinian Guarani, a different Guarani in Brazil and Bolivia, but Tainache, Guarani, and Western Guarani are other languages or language families, linguistic families. Then we have Ayomeo, Tomardito, and Chivitoyo. I'm going to try to summarize in the interest of time. I have 3 to 4 minutes. So, bilingual use of language in Paraguay. We have a very positive idea of our bilingualism, which seems to be generalized and is not conflictive, but there's many asymmetries and conflicts in our official languages, Guarani and Spanish. You may see that there is a 10% percentage of Spanish-speaking Paraguayans that go to college. You cannot join a public or private university if you do not speak Spanish. It's not possible speaking only Guarani. On this slide, we can see how this substitution process of Guarani for Spanish is taking place. We are concerned about this. Spanish is on the rise. I think that's fine. I believe that all Paraguayans should also speak Spanish and, if possible, other languages. But Guarani is decreasing. I'd like to conclude with this. There is a lot of progress in terms of regulations. We have a National Secretariat of Culture. We have our director. They are working for cultural diversity. And there are some linguistic departments, but the budget of the Secretariat it was created in 2011. It began operating in 2012, and the budget is less than half of what it had in 2012, which was meager even then. So
apoyo oficial
there is a lack of
a
official
las lenguas en
support
Paraguay. Desafíos
to
totalmente
languages in Paraguay.
la descolonización,
The challenges, well,
superar
decolonization,
nacionalidades, usos, costumbres,
nationalities, the use
socialmente,
and the customs, building
conseguir
languages
presupuestos dignos para estas
socially, and
secretarías
finding
y apuntar
budgets
hacia el
for
buen
these
vivir.
secretariats
La
and
interculturalidad, la
aiming
planificación
at
lingüística,
good
entendida como una
life, good
planificación
living
social.
conditions.
Los indígenas guaraní dicen sin tierra no se puede
Without
construir
land, you
territorios,
cannot
sin
build
territorios no se puede
territories,
sostener
and
la-
without territories,
no se
you
pueden sostener las
cannot
culturas,
sustain
y sin
cultures,
cultura,
and
entonces,
without
tampoco se pueden
cultures,
sostener
you
las
cannot
lenguas. Entonces, lengua, cultura,
sustain
territorio
languages. So
y
language,
tierras. Y
culture,
uno de los problemas que
territories,
enfrentamos en Paraguay,
and land.
especialmente los hablantes
One of the
monolingües de la
issues
lengua guaraní,
of
la lengua indígena, es
Guarani
la falta de tierra.
speakers is the
Y
lack
acá,
of land. And here
dos experiencias de
are two
política
experiences
lingüística.
in
Los en castellano
language
es
policies.
Lengua Mía, es un proyecto
In Spanish,
que encara la Secretaría de Políticas
I love you,
Lingüísticas,
my
un
mother
proyecto
tongue
del
is a
Estado.
project, Te Amo Lengua
Se
Mía is a
invita a la
project
sociedad una semana
that
a
invites
hablar
society
solamente
to
en guaraní, a
speak
vivir en
only Guarani
y el
and
lado
to
guaraní
live
que hay
in
una
Guarani
red,
for a
una red
week.
conformada
And
por
then there
cerca de
is a
25
network formed
organizaciones
by
en Paraguay,
25
y en la
organizations
que
in
estoy yo
Paraguay,
también, y es una
where
experiencia
that
de
I also
activismo
form a
lingüístico, de
part of.
políticas lingüísticas desde abajo. Abuye, yo APM, presidente Dureje, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very
Muchísimas
much
gracias, director,
for your
muchísimas
attention.
gracias a
Thank
los
you, Director.
organizadores
Thank you
y
to the
felicitaciones
organizers,
por
and
este-
congratulations
por este
for
seminario.
this seminar.
Abuye.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias Freddy, Jorge, Humberto y Alejandra por compartir sus experiencias y reflexiones con nosotros. El último panel.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us. The last panel this afternoon is called Experiences in Social Cultural Policies for the Revitalization of Indigenous Languages in Chile. We will have interpretation available. Here we will have the director of the National Institute for Mapuzungun and Vicky Hoa, creator of the program Nest of Rapanui Languages. We are going to invite Gabriela Piña, a consultant, to introduce interculturality at UNESCO in Chile.
Aló. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Saludo a todos los presentes. Y
Hello.
quería decir que me encuentro muy honrada de
I
moderar este
am
panel
honored to moderate this panel
en el territorio nacional con personas que son
on the national territory
respecto al tema de la preservación y la revitalización
and
lingüística.
preservation for
El primero de los presentadores va a ser don José Ancán, que tengo aquí
the country,
presencia
and
de
I have
quien dirige desde sus inicios la Subdirección Nacional de Pueblos Originarios
José
del Servicio Nacional de
Tendecal,
Patrimonio
who
Cultural,
leads
en
the
el Ministerio de las
Cultural
Culturas, las Artes y el Patrimonio.
Heritage Arts
Don José es licenciado
Department.
en
José
Artes, conocimiento de la
has
Historia del Arte
a
por la
bachelor's
Universidad de
in
Chile,
art
máster
at the
en
University
Antropología
of
por la
Chile,
Universidad de
master's in
Barcelona,
anthropology from the University of
actualmente
Barcelona,
y doctor de
and
Estudios
he
Culturales Latinoamericanos por la
has a
Universidad de Chile.
PhD in
Ha
cultural
trabajado en diversos
studies
proyectos de
at the University
integración,
of Chile.
investigación
He's worked in
intercultural.
different
Además, es autor de diversos
programs,
artículos académicos.
has
Ha
published
realizado
a
investigación
series
docencia
of
en temas
papers
relacionados con la
and
historia mapuche del siglo
has
XIX
taught the
y contemporánea,
Mapuche history,
relaciones interétnicas
contemporary
en
Mapuche history,
y relaciones interétnicas en
and
distintas universidades de Chile.
inter-ethnic
Además,
relations.
es miembro del Centro de Estudios
He's a
y
member of the
Documentación
Studies
Mapuche
Center
Liwen de Temuco.
of the Liwen
Ha
Center
realizado
in
pasantías
Temuco
en nivel de investigación y de
and
extensión en
has
diversas
carried out
instituciones
research
como
in different institutions like the American Indian Museum, belonging to the Smithsonian, and Auckland University in New Zealand, among others. We will then be hearing from Paula Guayunilla, who is the chair of the Mapuche Language Institute of Chile. They are dedicated to revitalizing Mapuzungún in Chile and Argentina, and she teaches Mapuche language using a specific communicational approach, and they have created training for educators, manuals, and others. They promote and disseminate the knowledge of the language and work on the recognition of the Mapuche people. Paula coordinates different activities of the organizations, such as full immersion courses, training, and studies early childhood education at the Catholic University in Temuco. We will also be hearing from Maria Virginia Jaua, Vicky, who is an educator. She's a co-founder of the Nido de Lengua Rapa Nui Institute or program, and she's a president of the Nido de Lengua Rapa Nui NGO, focusing on Rapa Nui language education in the early childhood and she recently received the Emeritus Order of Gabriela Mistral in Chile, and in 2012 she was recognized by UNESCO as a human treasure, living treasure, for her recognition of and transfer of Rapa Nui language and culture to new generations. I would like to ask the panelists to stick to the allotted time, the original 10 minutes, so that perhaps we can leave some time for Q&A. So thank you very much. I'd like to leave you with Jose.
Greetings. I was very surprised to hear the welcoming remarks, because I always try to encourage speakers to not refer to the academic resume, because within the Mapuche community, this ends up being lopsided.
Pero en mi caso personal,
the Messiah people that I have met over the years from Huililo territory in Freire were entirely illiterate, according to Western sociolinguistic standards. And those people who, against all odds, not just here in the Mapuche region, but for others who have studied other indigenous languages, against all odds have dealt with very horrific situations of violence. This is based on what we have heard. So it's always important to pay homage to these people. We know that the first part of the 20th century was the worst period overall. We have these sad memories as people. I, fortunately, was able to organize this panel and to invite two key people who have been involved in fostering plurilingualism Plurilingualism within the Ministry of Culture.
Ya. Bueno, la Subdirección Nacional de Pueblo Originario, vamos a ir súper rápido.
Just quickly, as mentioned by the minister earlier, our organization is not the result of planning that took place within a ministry office. Rather, we are the result of a grassroots or participatory process. Ever since 2016, SubPo has been implementing the Indigenous and Afro-descendant Cultural Revitalization Program. It's important to mention this because the ministry is called the Cultural Ministry because of what occurred early on. If other bodies had been involved, perhaps it would have had a different title. This whole concept of heritage just recently appeared in the indigenous realm, and it's the result of a law in Chile by the previous administration that ignored the rights of the indigenous people and this prior consultation. This should be addressed now with a consultative process. It's a very complex situation. We know that the situation is evolving and expanding constantly. We see that the institutions today that are part of the cultural realm, such as museums, are increasingly involved, and many of these museums have a lot of our heritage stored in their basements. So there are demands and claims for restitution.
La palabra esta institucionalidad. Nosotros cómo implementamos este trabajo.
How have we been going about our work? Well, we have been addressing this from a rights-based approach, in keeping with Convention 169. The convention is binding under Chilean law. Now, the fact that it's not being implemented, that's another issue, but it is binding. It has the quality of a law. We conducted the consultation, and the consultation created the Indigenous Peoples Department, and the people talked about culture, about everything during this consultative process. And thanks to this, we were able to come up with the social program that was implemented back in 2016 as a starting point. This is what we call the Cultural and Indigenous and Afro-Descendant Revitalization Program. It's important to mention that this includes Afro-descendants as well. Now, during the consultative process, the main claim by the people was linguistic revitalization. This was repeated in all of the regions by all of the peoples. So we implemented this area of the overall program through a participatory process. This is described in the program. It has 3 components and 3 moments of dialogue. Prioritization, follow-up, and another phase in this dialogue process. We are implementing this nationwide with 10 peoples and with Afro-descendants. So what do we do? Well, this is a joint design process. The organizations propose priorities, and we frame these within an agreement, within a revitalization plan, which is a protocol or a document that is signed off on by the various stakeholders, and this defines the tasks and activities to be carried out over a 2-year period. We have a 2-year programming. We're talking about how it's necessary for these programs to actually last 3 years and not 2, given the time required for full completion. These involve workshops, teaching, linguistic workshops, tool provision, etc. This also involves historic memory. Now, linguistic and cultural revitalization, according to our definition, is something that is a result of this consultative process. This is not of our own doing. Here you have some aspects that we have addressed. We support a great deal, and this is important because, again, we do not define the actions. It's the organizations who define the actions, and we support them comprehensively. Right now, we work with civil servants. You know how challenging that can be. We are working diligently on applying the rights-based approach within the various departments of the government. That's very challenging. That's the heart of it all. So how have we done this? Well, we have signed collaborative agreements with the various organizations. Paula and my colleague can talk about that. And that has also implied training the organizations so that they can follow the agreement and abide by the agreement. This is a very complex process. The organizations need to be the mandate, hold the mandate here, to be the executors of these actions. We have held seminars. For example, in 2019, we held an international seminar on revitalization experiences. We did not invite any academic specialists, experts. We only invited members of indigenous communities who were carrying out revitalization actions. We heard a great deal about the Basque experience, the revitalization process of the Euskadi. We know that was key and a significant input for the Mapudungun revitalization process. We also have a project for having signage, and not just written signage. We know Chile is full of signage. Hospitals all around have signage. I'm sure no one reads it, but you need to expand the range of the signage. You need to have auditory, sound-based signage. And we have been doing this through QR codes. Thanks to the ministry, we have a QR code signage system with auditory signs. All this material is on the website. You can see the website written on the screen. We have a great deal of material, books, grammar, etc. We have tried to prevent using certain words to refer to the language. I say Mapudungun because that's the word I've heard since a young child, but we need to point out that in the Biobío region it's called Mapuche-Wun, and the Huilche region is called Sisawun, and Chiloé is referred to Huiliche as Huiliche, so it has different names. Anyhow, this is the material available. Back in 2019 at the seminar, this is what we came up with as a thought map. Today we're experiencing a very critical situation because our generation will be responsible for the disappearance of these languages. This is an overall widespread situation. Or we can take specific concrete action to revitalize the language. And what would that, is that? Actually speaking the language. There's really no other way to do this. And we do that by creating new speakers, and that's our mission, to foster new speakers of our languages. There's been a very lengthy debate regarding this, regarding written versus spoken language, but that debate was senseless. Really went nowhere. People who are teaching the language today know that it's more important to speak the language. So that's the mission for the future, and all the public institutions in Chile should rally behind that and reach this agreement. All of these languages are facing a very critical situation, including Rapa Nui, which, according to our opinion, is a very well-established language spoken by the entire population there. But there are still issues regarding intergeneration transmission. Now, here you have an app. It's called the Learn Rapa Nui app. Languages are languages that are facing different statuses. Unfortunately, Cristina Alderón died recently, member of this very small community. With her, part of the language died, and por eso nosotros combatimos este tema del ultimismo que le hemos llamado, decir que siempre hay que ser la última hablante de la lengua porque siempre. We never want to actually recognize that there's the only remaining speaker, sole surviving speaker of a language, because other people can learn. We have had very interesting experiences of revitalizing languages that supposedly no one spoke anymore. Okay, that's a bit about us. You can find more information on the website and materials. There was this body of tools that was quite helpful. This was designed for the Maule, or in the Maule region, where we thought there weren't any Mapuches when the indigenous law was created. No CONADI offices were set up in that area. We were all witness to this, and, well, we didn't know how many of us were out there and where we were. In short, there is material available on the website. We also have a YouTube channel. I repeat, there's a wealth of material available. During the pandemic, we really stepped up these actions, and many people gained access to this. That was one of the benefits of the pandemic, where we had YouTube seminars and Zoom seminars, and a lot of people learned how to speak the language. Here we have information on the Huescar language. And with that, I conclude my presentation with this motto: let's speak our languages. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do now. Speak our languages. Thank you.
Los invito a ponerse los audífonos, porque ahora viene la porción que está en lengua indígena.
We will now have a section in indigenous language.
Taupain kompuche akin taliluta.
We are gathered today, all of us who are attending. My name is Paola Huñumilla. I form part of the Mapuzungun Association, Letuaí. This organization proudly represents our language in the Wallmapu. I am very pleased to be a part of this conversation today. To represent the work that is being done. I would like to thank our brothers and sisters who are carrying out this work and have invited me to be here today. A warm greeting to all. I would now like to share my PowerPoint presentation. Here it is, the National Institute of Mapuche Language. Mapuzugu Letuain, that is the name of our organization. In Spanish, it means we will speak Mapuzugun again. Mapuzugu Letuain teaches youth and adults the Mapuche language. They teach Mapuzugun in courses and through the organization. I will speak in Spanish during this block to move forward faster. Thank you, Lamia and Elizabeth. We offer different courses of Mapuzugun that are carried out for around 4 months every semester. And we do them with El Tun, which are the full immersion courses where we teach Mapuzugun intensively for 12 to 14 days during the summer vacations and the winter vacations. Our chicatufes, the people that learn Mapuzugun, deploy and stay in a school, and they learn Mapuzugun all day. They communicate in Mapuzugun. Our organization has worked on revitalizing this language with a communicative method, meaning that it is taught as a communication tool through the chicatuf, who should be able to speak or express their needs in Mapuzugun. It is not taught with the morphosyntactical structure of the language or teaching vocabulary as one word and describing it in Spanish. a Chicatufo should be able to express him or herself in Mapuzungun. It is basic, starts at basic levels and then moves on to more advanced levels. The work methodology is being used since 2017 when we began. It's an immersion system that seeks to revitalize the languages in native communities to revalidate or revitalize language and culture of these communities. The idea is to revitalize it and carry out these immersion courses of Mapuzungun, which seek to empower the Mapuche community who have suffered assimilation processes throughout their education in cities. And as Mapuche people, they feel the need to take these courses in order to properly learn Mapuzungun. This has gone through a process of maturity before the 2017, when it was formally created and the classes were very intensive and there was a lot of improvisation. We also had the Quimelfes that collaborated in the process. They had different forms of writing, and that confused the people that were beginning to learn the language. Now, after 5 to 6 years, the organization is using a communicative approach. The students are divided into levels of knowledge. The person that joins a course is analyzed to see what level they should be placed in. And it needed to be done in a community. That is the learning system, heterogeneous groups with a community approach. The groups were rotated as well, and so those that spoke less Mapuzungun knew more Spanish, and those who knew more tended to speak Spanish to those who didn't speak Mapuzungun, and this resulted in a translation process. So now there is a different system with greater immersion. Everything that is taught is done in Mapuzungun, and Spanish is only used when extremely necessary. The organization follows a single form of writing, and all the materials are written in that single form. And this has created a need of the Chicatufe body to create jointly some new words. And this has brought greater expertise to the group of educators, as well as a series of resources that have been added. As I mentioned earlier, there have been a series of training sessions with linguistics, descriptive linguistics, education, because some people are native speakers or have studied other careers, not necessarily the teaching of a language. So it is necessary to train them in order to best develop their work. So the different actions taken by Mapuzungun, we carry out training, we prepare educational material, there's online and in-person courses, there are immersion courses, and also there is also a definition of levels based on the MCE, the European Reference System. So there is a curriculum that has been created based on this system. And it is based also on the social cultural Mapuche reality. So in 2020, we had created 4 manuals to teach Mapuzugun. It was from level A11 to A32. Now we're working on B1 based on the reference framework. So A1, A2 is basic level. We are now working on the intermediate level. Still, even if we say that it is an intermediate level, the Chicatufes at this level have significant competence in their Mapuzugun, and they can speak with native speakers. This creation by levels has a system. There's educational units, class planning, educational guides, PowerPoints that accompany classroom settings. There's some situational videos, recorded classes. All this is reflected, the daily situations that are not necessarily possible to reproduce in class. And then, as I said, there's the use of apps, Learning Gap, and Word Wall. And this is what was done in 2021. And it has been successful. In terms of figures, Mapuzuguletuain has had over 3,000 Chilcatufe, or students, and we've carried out over 30 Coneltuns of around 10 days, over 15 Coneltuns, Puchique Coneltun, which are the smaller or shorter courses. They are weekend immersions, and these aim to strengthen their oral expression. And there's been around 120 in-person courses, 65 online courses. The Chilcatufe profile. Who is the person that learns Mapuzugun? In our registrations, we have the question, are you Mapuche? 61% is Mapuche or identifies as Mapuche. So these are the people that request the courses. So when we select them, we tend to favor the Mapuche people. But there's also people who are not Mapuche, but they work as teachers in a school. They're social workers. So we leave this for people who are in constant communication with people either in the city or in the countryside.
Based on the various replies, we have also realized how 69% of those participating in the Zomo program are women. This is something that we are able to determine based on the participants. We have a variety of different participating organizations forming our network. We have also representatives from Bolivian organizations, from Basque country as well, and other organizations in Ecuador, for example, and elsewhere. We have also reached agreements with certain public agencies, primarily the Office of Indigenous Peoples. And now let me refer to some of the challenges we face as an organization. It's challenging for us to have our own venues because, well, we really do not have no place to actually carry out our activities. And this creates issues and challenges for disseminating our message. We have to rely on universities and municipalities, and this makes it difficult for us to have a wider audience. And, well, hopefully we will have appropriate infrastructure to teach our languages. We face other challenges, or one could say barriers. One of the key barriers that we constantly come up against is lack of budget. We often charge individuals to take part in the activities, and with that we are able to defray operational costs. We also seek the support of volunteers for teaching and for operational aspects and overall revitalization processes. We have some agreements in place as well, as I already mentioned, that allow us to hold courses in Araucanía, open courses, and we have benefits for individuals to take part of the weekend, retreats, etc., and really practice what they have learned online, for example. As a Mapuche organization, we have the freedom to draw up our own propositions and plans. This is the result of years of experience learning about what works well and what does not work well. It's been quite gratifying for us to have ongoing feedback, and it's nice to not be told what to do from Santiago. We aim to secure independence in our activities. It's very important. The results have been quite positive, and thanks to all of this, many people have reached a good level of fluency. Unfortunately, we are not reverting the loss of language process. Many people are dropping off, and we do not have enough capacity to secure intergenerational transmission of the language. So it's important to start working in early childhood stages and create great awareness among families so that they can convey the language at home. We have also seen that the context today is quite ripe for strengthening language learning and transmission. It's also necessary, well, we as an organization believe it's necessary for the state to play an active role in order to foster activities and strategies already underway by Mapuche organizations, and for there to be a real commitment by the state, so that, because the Mapuche people and the language are endangered and under threat because of state policies. This current situation is the result of the way the Chilean state has treated the Mapuche people, in part. It's also important to come up with budgets to revitalize the language. We've seen that the budget for teaching culture and language for upcoming years has waned. The organizations really need to revitalize the language. We cannot do this alone, but we will continue to struggle and fight. We do this for our love of our language and to do away with linguistic discrimination. As young people, we need to also make sure that there is a present and a future of our language. Many of us have been discriminated for speaking our language, and despite this, many have decided to teach their children our language, to foster belonging, a sense of belonging. And we continue to work on all of this. What more can I say? That's what we do, brothers and sisters. Thank you.
¿Aló? Ay, hola, bueno. No sé si está conectada ya Vicky, Victoria, María Victoria.
Maria Victoria, are you here with us?
Hola, buenas tardes, bienvenida. Voy a dejar el micrófono. No te escuchamos de acá, no sé si puede...
Y ya. Yorana.
Yorana.
Oh, ¿se oye?
Bye.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Hola, ¿tú me oyes? Pero ¿sí?
Can you hear me? Aymara, brothers and sisters. Mari Mari, Mapuche, brothers and sisters. Greetings to the organizers of this fabulous seminar. It is very important for our indigenous languages. Thank you to UNESCO for bringing us all together. Thank you to those who provided welcoming remarks early on, Mr. Pablo Brunoli, Maria Jose Torres, Claudia Uribe, Marco Antonio, Irina Caramanos, Ms. Brodsky, and greetings to all of you at the seminar. Greetings from Rapa Nui. I have carefully listened to Jose Arcan. Can you hear me?
Ya, ok. He escuchado atentamente a los hermanos anteriores, José Ancán.
I have listened to those who have preceded me, Paula and José Antonio. And it seems to me as though our concerns and situation are quite similar regarding the health of our languages. Today, here and now, I would like to send my warm, loving regards to our ancestors. They passed down this richness and wealth to us, this linguistic wealth and richness, which speaks to our present day situation and our past. We have experienced very difficult times in the past, which have all led us to where we are today. Our language is part of the Polynesian basis, which originates in the lower portion of Asia Minor from King Rema in the direction of where the sun rises. And all of this is a result of the result is our island where we live today. This is our territory. And we owe a great deal to them, because where the land where they were coming from was being swallowed up by the sea. And today, we are our only advocates today. We are advocating on behalf of a way out, a way to make sure that our languages will not be extinguished. Allow me to refer some of the actions taken to keep our language alive. Since 1976, in schools, there was a ministerial decree issued 1991 stating that it was mandatory to teach Rapa Nui language for 4 hours from 1st to 4th grade. Back then, there were no, prior to that, children who spoke the language. This was not enough to keep the language alive. Measurements taken back in the 70s and the 80s and 90s have shown how that class was useless. And in addition to that, many of the hours, 99.8% of the class time hours were in Spanish. As a result, that was not sufficient for our children to learn or retain our language at school.
We know that all assessments except for those hours of Rapa Nui were done in Spanish as well, without a translator. Now that is why in the 90s we had the opportunity together with the person that is our mayor today, we had the possibility of traveling to New Zealand, and we went to a seminar on education for the indigenous peoples of the world. And we had the opportunity to get to know what they had begun in 1982. Ohanareo. Ohanareo are the nests that we have replicated in the 90s. Since the 90s, we have observed that these have been constructed next to a marae. The marais are large houses that they build to group their people, the Maori, where they resolve territorial situations, family situations that belong to them. They put this marae, this kohana, this nest next to the marae because the purpose was for the marae. Well, the marae takes care of the elderly during the day, and sometimes they sleep there as well. So the children would come to their nests at night, and they would have the possibility to learn from the elderly. So there is an intergenerational transmission at this marae with the nest. And this idea was fascinating, important, and we brought it and elaborated a project that I belong to. We presented the project to the municipality, to the Rapa Nui municipality. And in 1998, we were able to create our first onaha, which lasted a year. Why a year? A year because there weren't any human resources. It was very low at the time, and also economic resources. We weren't able to continue with the nest. So through the school, through the municipality, we proposed to create levels from first grade to sixth grade for a full immersion. And thanks to support from the ministry and Carolina Huayuan and Claudia Boyacura, who were at the lake, we requested that they help us with this immersion proposal because we had already achieved this. We began the immersion program. It was authorized, but we couldn't make any progress beyond fourth grade. Since we didn't have teachers, we had to include other teachers, so the program would fall apart. Today, The program exists until 4th grade. But since we couldn't really expand, we implemented a nest outside of the school, in the community. And this nest began in 96 with the support of everyone who trusted in this project and that has supported it, from the Ministry of Arts and Culture, and couldn't receive many children because we couldn't pay more personnel. With the municipality and at Rapa Nui, we've organized the island.
De SACIPA, que es la empresa que nos permite no pagar el agua y la luz. Bueno.
So it's been important to have this support in order to pay bills and other necessities. It's taken a lot of effort. So this effort would be positive. It would be positive for the ministry or the state to provide the resources to maintain these nests, because we as a community are working on it and we want the nests to expand. And since we couldn't find spaces to build infrastructure, we have taken them to the Honare Rapa Nui. We've taken children back to the schools, to a space where there's a tapu. The tapu means, I don't like the word prohibition, but in that space they can only speak Rapa Nui, our language. So the director has allowed us very generously to make use of school space, and the immersion program works there as well. We also have the Honare Rapa Nui that will be extended from the community, and the Hona'a is inside a marae of this person in Aotearoa in New Zealand, and it was built by Maoris with the collaboration of our community. We also have academia, people who work with senior citizens that are helping elaborate literature and materials that also support the use of Rapa Nui language. And we also have Virginia Tan here in Rapa Nui who teaches Rapa Nui to the same ethnic so there are different things, options available. We have academia, we have the nests that are autonomous, we have the schools, and we have the extension of our nests within the school. And we are thinking again, what we lack the most is personnel. We lack people who are trained to work with the children in immersion courses. The person who works at the Catholic University in the north of Chile, the cultural department, they're working on a project to train teachers and to somehow help solve this lack of teachers and speakers of Rapa Nui. I would like to mention that in terms of the percentages that we have recorded, in 77, some North American linguists made an assessment on the teaching of Rapa Nui, and 66% spoke Rapa Nui at the time, and in the 1990s it went down to around 20%, and going into the 2000s there was a new assessment made by the Rapa Nui Language Academy and by UNESCO, where they saw that Rapa Nui youth and children speaking our language only amount to 11%.
So this is of great concern. And as such, in the 90s, 91 specifically, we created the Day of Rapa Nui Language and Poetry and Literature. And starting in 2010, we have been working on our own plans and programs with support from the Ministry of Education. This is a complete project, quite visible at our school, but we're lacking in human resources. To serve in the schools and teach the children. Those of us who are older have an obligation to do this, and we are doing this to the extent that we can. We need support from the ministry from the state. We need resources. That's the truth. Economic, financial resources to expand our services and incorporate technology into what we do for the benefit of boys, girls, and young people who are interested in learning more about our language. So we would like to take advantage of all the opportunities available to us so that we can continue to observe what our children are doing nowadays. Because we cannot force them to do something they don't want to do. This is something that comes from the heart, from love. Where there's a will, there's a way, and it's about awareness. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. But let's give each speaker a minute for conclusions. I think everything was made quite clear. We have various opportunities that have evolved as a result of their efforts. The two speakers have talked about how they've done everything on their own. And there are young people involved. And this has allowed us to do away with the stigma of discrimination against us. And same here. I think the path forward is very clear for the decade. I had a meeting, there was an interministerial meeting, and the question was, what should we do? And I think that the state needs to increase the budget based on what we have seen. It's really nothing more to say or do. And foster these independent initiatives. It would be nice to have more similar experiences. I think that's the path forward. Civil servants need to facilitate this. That's what I have learned. Over the 8 years that I have been in public administration. Civil servants have an obligation to take the budget, set up an experienced, appropriate team, and do what needs to be done in all areas, not just in terms of drafting the projects and working on the theoretical aspects, but permeate down through the rest of the structure or upward. Those of you who work in the public realm know that this is a very tough boat to rock.
Y claro, un abogado para transformarse en un abogado de derechos humanos, en este caso derechos humanos indígenas.
And training attorneys in indigenous rights is about self-training. They need to train themselves, and this is done through experience. We have a lot of experience. We've had to come up against the ministries, and they're based on academic principles. And we've done this for a while. And that's why we have worked with others. We've tried to do that, and we've been successful.
Administrativo y jurídico. Entonces, como y bueno, ahí está el resultado.
Anyhow, you have seen the results. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, Jose, Paula, and Vicky, for talking about your experiences and your situation. Thank you, Gabriela. We have reached the end of our day, and I would like to thank all of you who have joined us here today. I would like to remind you that we will be meeting tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. sharp to begin the second half of this meeting. Thank you.